Huh?
No.
No. No. No. No.
Hello, how are you guys? 1 second, I'll turn the music up for you guys a little bit. How are you guys? I toned down the makeup because I did not want to put on fake eyelashes today because my eyes crust out a lot if I wear them a lot of days in a row. So
No.
I'm pretty sure I have an allergic reaction to the lash glue or the lash adhesive, so but I can't stop wearing them. I just have to give myself breaks. But hello. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Let's just really quick. Hey, Jason. Hey, Hula. Hey, Shelby. Hey, Manny. Hey, Decaf. Hey, Shelby. Hey, Dula. Did I already say Dula? Hey, Zeke. Hey, Jelly Spotter. Welcome to the chat. Hey, Hungry Arms, it's good to see you. Hey, Effort Genius, good to see you again. Hey, Fireball. Hey, Jimmy. I came from Overwatch to tell you suck ass, that's fair.
No.
Did I miss out it's my favorite streamer Catherine jokes? No, you didn't. I thought that shit was funny. Somebody DM'd me that like a couple days ago, but I forgot about it. Then I remembered and I was like, holy fuck, that is so funny to me. Hello, Catherine. I hate you. Hey, Salt. Hey, Manny. Hey, Mets. Nice background. Thank you so much. I upgraded it and I like adjusted my camera settings because I'm an idiot. And I did not know how to work my camera until yesterday. So that's just kind of how it's going right now. Your birthday is this month? Yeah, it is. But hey, Jonzo. You scared the shit out of me. I thought I had this stream. I forgot I had this stream open, but hi. You just nutted on people and you forgot that this stream existed. Hey, Skeeman. Willie. Hey, Willie. Hey, Sizzles. That's not funny. But thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you. That is so sweet. If you guys got gifted a sub from Jonzo, tell him that you hate him. Tell him that you hate him. Tell everybody say that. Everybody tell Jonzo that you hate Jonzo. But seriously, thank you. I appreciate it. It's me. I made the account. Fuck you. You said hi to me twice. This is a miracle. Yeah. Oh yeah, get banned, Jonzo. Fuck you, Jonzo. Suck my big fat stinky wet cock and balls. You tell him, Dula. Good on you. Hating on Jonzo is illegal. I'll be willing to put that into writing. What's the plan today? Listen, y'all. I'll be so real. I'm like feeling great right now, but also like I'm a little exhausted. I've cleaned, but anyways, to get to answer your question before I start rambling, we're gonna probably do more Titanic Legos, Lego building, because look, you guys can't see it that well, but I finished the second third of the Titanic, and I attached it last night. I'm gonna try to avoid moving this fucking thing for the rest of the time that I have it because it would not stay together in like one area and it got really frustrating. But yeah. I basically I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a shower. I'm going to edit some photos this morning, and get ready to post some photos like these upcoming days. Ones I've had in the background, in the backlogs, but I wanted to post anyway while I like took new ones because I'm getting back in the groove of things. Cause, dude, I feel like I'm getting out of like a huge like mental slump recently. It's nice. Like especially with like all of this shit being done, like all of this shit being done, it's really nice. And my room has been a mess. This room has been a mess. Thank you for the follow. But hey, scapegoats, welcome to the chat. Sorry, I'm like all over the place, but I'm getting way more mentally better. I feel. But like I think I hit rock bottom a couple days ago, like last week. And then ever since then, I've been doing like a lot better. Like gradually, it wasn't all at once. But anyways, I fucking took a shower this morning. I had a plan for the day, and that got thrown out the fucking window. I was gonna make TikToks and shit. But I was in the shower and I kept looking and I was like, I really need to clean the shower. So I cleaned the shower. And I was like, okay, I cleaned the shower. Oh, but I really need to clean like the area outside of the shower, like on the floor. It's like a little grimy. I just have been putting that off for so long. So I cleaned that area. And I was like, well, I'm already on the floor cleaning the floor. I gotta clean. A lot of the floor looks kind of gross. I need to clean the entire floor. So I cleaned the entire floor. Um, so I cleaned the entire floor. And then I was like, oh my god, there's this like closet, like this little closet in my bathroom. It's a big bathroom because it's like a Jack and Jill. So like there's just a lot of room in there that I don't use a whole lot of. But there's like this little, well, I use a lot of it, but it's not like super efficient. Anyway, um there's like this little like linen closet that I use for my towels and like washcloths and like tampons, extra like shampoo, conditioner that I'm not using at right now. Um, and it, my brothers lived up here. They did not take care of the bathroom. I've mostly cleaned up a lot of their shit. But like there was in the bottom of it is where I keep my hamper. And near that bottom is so grimy, but I haven't cleaned it because nothing really touches that. That's not about to get washed anyway. And then there's like stains, like water damage stains. Thank you for the follow. Water damage stains on the wall in the back of that, and it keeps bothering me. And I like have like brown trim that I've painted, and it used to be white, but like it's like a really rough like job because I was doing a lot at once. I was like, I'll just get to this later. Never got to it. So that area just looks really gross to me, and I just kept staring. I was like, why don't I just go ahead and paint the over like the water damage and like all the grime that I already tried cleaning up as much as possible on the baseboards and everything, but none of it would come off. So I was like, fuck it, I'm painting the back wall on just that little section, and I'm fucking painting the rest of the trim. And so I started to paint that, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do laundry too because I have towels that goes in that hamper that I really need to wash. So I started laundry, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and clean up like all my dirty clothes and put all. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 8 months, Drackle. I appreciate that so much. Um, and then I was like, okay, well, I might as well just go ahead and do like a lot of laundry today, which it wasn't a lot. And did I did like my dirty clothes, which really weren't a lot, but I reorganized a lot of like my clothing because Jamie's so sweet and cleaned up for me about a week or two ago because my room has just been messy, but he just shoved things into the drawers, which is fine. I organize things a little bit different so they don't get shoved into things, but it takes a second, and he doesn't know that, so that's totally fine. I was just grateful in general. But I basically reorganized that shit. And I have a bag full of shit I'm going to donate, of clothes I never wear. There's some clothes that I'm just going to throw away because I paint all over them, because when I used to work as a muralist. So I cleaned out a lot. I cleaned out a lot of my closet, reorganized my closet, reorganized my drawers, went ahead and did my bed sheets and washed my bed sheets. I'm sorry, this is so boring, but I just did so much today, and then I vacuumed. And then while I was cooking my food, I was also cleaning up the kitchen for my parents. I was just doing a deep clean. So boring, you did adult stuff. I know, but I've been putting off this adult stuff for a while. And that's why. I don't know who Jones is, so I don't hate you. I nothing you, which is probably honestly worst. Oh my god. Are you even a Gutnut fan if you've never been banned? Well, okay, this is Star Play. I was gonna let the fucking Pierce the Veil album finish out, but it did, so it started playing something else. There's this song that I really like. I'll probably have to switch this one. Never been banned, so I guess I'm not a true fan, but now you are. Stop mining off stream? No. Why? Thank you so much for the follow, Serbian. I get moods like that too. They're part of manic episodes. I don't want to talk about it. Post-depression, let's get this shit phase. Yeah. Rock Bottom, what did you impulse buy? Wait, that was the wrong button. Swords. I just got through that though. The second I got them put up, I was like, okay, now I can do it. But I needed to spend money because I hoard money, and I feel like really guilty anytime I spend it. But I need to spend it sometimes, you know. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm just gonna call you Owo. Toaster. Toaster. Is that right? You don't have to answer. I get if you want to lurk, but or Tooster. Ooh, yeah. Hey, but hey, Dallo. You use tampons like bleeding around the real man. Fuck y'all. Water damage adds a real homey atmosphere. Ugh. Imagine ignoring Jason. Yeah, I ignored your mess. I've been ignoring everybody. It took me like 2 hours to reply to Jamie. I was like, sorry, I've been cleaning. He's like, you shouldn't be cleaning. Well, he didn't say this, but he said he's been cleaning a lot because I'm leaving tomorrow in the morning to go see him and stay at his house for the weekend. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna clean too, I guess. I need to look into the shot car thing though, Jason. Hey, Boombadoom. I love him for booking an show in San Diego. Dude, all good. They know we'll be hitting most of the United States this year, if not in this tour, the next one. So, regardless, San Diego should have been good. Oh yeah, donations. I'll take your old clothes for a friend. Oh my god, don't sell them on Etsy or on eBay. Stop being responsible. We love hearing a productive story. Yeah, I did a lot of cleaning. I wasn't entirely productive in the way I thought I was going to be today, but I was still productive. In a way that needed, in a way that needed to be done, you know. So I don't feel bad about it at all. But also like, oh, I'm just going to have to do the other stuff now. It just makes me, ugh, I vacuumed and it feels so much better. I just have a thing where it's like, okay, the floor needs to be clean, and so everything's clean. And I realized, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. But I also have this desk, this little desk that I have no idea why. I just have it because I don't have anything to fill it up, and I don't know if I'm gonna buy anything else in my time here. But, like, here, 1 second. Okay. So you guys cannot even see that shit, can you? Wait, yes you can. I have this desk. It is full of shit. It is absolutely full of shit. But at least the floor's clean. Look at the floor. The floor is all clean. Wow. It's so cool. I'm so good at being an adult. I gotta get better at that. But I have like a couple of, like, I have like 3 different surfaces right now that is like, oh, well, I cleaned the room and the floor is clean, but so the room's clean, but it's like all of the fucking, uh, shit's on the table or something. Oh, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Why is it taking so long for it to... Okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was wondering if the scene had anything. Thank you so much for the Prime sub for your Bezo Buck, Serbian. I appreciate it. You're digging out part of it. Yeah. Hey, Zardos, it's good to see you. Hey, Nader. Spend money on boring shit like tires and rent. Dude, I'm not looking forward to that shit. Imagine subscribing to Gutnot. 8-month subscriber badge. 8 months. But hey, Furnace, I'm doing pretty good. What is up with you? Also, you got gifted a sub by Johnzo. Say thank you. Right now. How did the Titanic go? It's still going. We're gonna work on, what is this? Oh, this is the fucking chair. We're gonna work on the last third of the Titanic tonight, but, you know, we won't get done with it. But hey, Koi, it's good to see you. And Ara Gallows, welcome as well. Your tale of productivity is inspiring. I hope I've inspired you guys to just knock out a bunch of small shit to make your life easier. I like cleaning before I go on vacation because it's nice to come back to a clean apartment. That's how I think about it. It's like, once I get back, I really want to get started on, like, just doing shit regularly, if that makes sense, and having an environment like this is how I've always felt. So the second my room starts getting gross, that means I'm not being as productive as I should. So that means that I'm like slacking mentally, like I'm having an issue mentally. um, so I really like if you want to know how I'm doing mentally, just look at my bedroom. But what was I gonna say? But now that everything's clean, I'm gonna come back and I'm just gonna work like crazy when I get back. I'm excited. Could not be me. Oh my god, decaf. But anyways, let's see. What kind of YouTube video do you guys want to see today? Do you guys want to watch also my there's a fucking video on the evolution of tornado footage. We're watching that shit, guys. We're watching that shit.
Tornadoes.
Oh, I'm so excited about that. BattleBots? Fuck no. My family watches that shit enough. I literally fuck. I can't even remember a single battle recently, but I watch it occasionally. My parents watch it. Soft white underbelly. Is that a video or a band? Mets. It's so good. It's okay. It's better than football. Listen, I'm not a huge sports person, but at least it's not football. I will look up and I will watch it occasionally. It's fun to see these like 250-pound robots fucking launching each other, but it's a channel. Ah, okay. Japanese tiny apartment video? Sure. Just send it to me. I was gonna say something. Oh, also, Murray and Charlie went to the vet today, and we thought. Try to listen to this song. Does anybody know what makes a song count as a ballad, by the way? I don't even know what the fuck ballad, like specific ballad, like what does a ballad mean? Why is it not just a song? Or what qualifies as a ballad? That was so random, but your mom is gay. Nice. About interviewing rather misfits people. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen some of their videos. Generally slow tempo and melodic. Ah, okay. Do you happen to have a playlist? Right now, this is I have like one song on this current playlist. I wanted to listen to that one song. But now this is like the radio that Spotify's doing. But I do have a country playlist that I need to clean up that's similar to this. But I'm going to be fixing that one up soon. And I'm going to be having like a lot of other niche country playlists that I think you guys are really going to enjoy. I keep saying I'm going to like finally get done curating it. It's just I always like... I just get distracted. Maybe I will on my road trip, but like, you know, since it's a long straightaway, I will not feel that bad for like going through a radio and just saying like add or delete off my playlist. So it's just that playlist, don't take it with a grain of salt right now. I'm kind of embarrassed about it the more and more I listen to it. Tells a story. But oh yeah, Murray and Charlie went to the vet. They got put under with anesthesia. And those poor babies. Murray, they both got their teeth cleaned, but Murray got his dew claws removed because they didn't remove his dew claws whenever they were young. So I want to see them before I stream. This is why I stream is starting a little late, but and we thought he was gonna have to get a tooth pulled, but he didn't. We got there and the doctor was like, I don't know what your previous doctor said, but I don't know why she said that you needed to pull his tooth. So I just use ballad to describe any slow soft song by a metal band, but I don't think that's correct. Honestly, that's valid. I'm gonna look up ballad definition. A slow, sentimental, or romantic song. In fairness, you got it pretty right. Okay, I'm gonna continue to call that playlist country ballads then, because I put one song on there called and I called it a country ballad, but I didn't know what ballad meant. It just felt right. The pets are declawed. No, they're not declawed. No, not at all. My dog has like dogs have these things on the back, their hind legs called dew claws, and like they're at least mine, and I think this is generally how it goes. Dew claws are like not really attached only by skin and they can just like tear easy. So a lot of times like at least if you buy from a breeder, they will like get them taken off or they'll have them taken off around the same time you get them neutered, spayed or neutered. Yeah, aren't the pads on their feet? Yeah, it's common for them to. Yeah, so we just went ahead and took them off because it's usually like just they're not harmless or they're harmless for the most part, but it's so easy for them to like hurt for them to like get hurt just because of that, you know? So we cut them ourselves. Holy fuck. I would feel so bad. Cattle gun is a must in the country playlist. Cattleman's gun. I'll like it and I'll listen to it later. I might listen to it on the drive up to my boyfriend's house. My parents' dog is constantly hurting himself with his. Yeah. Trust me. I do not believe in declawing animals. Oops, I accidentally. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. We're gonna watch some random YouTube videos until we decide and get on a kick. Their dew claws removed? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a common thing. If most of the time you've seen or most of the dogs you see usually have them off because if they're like owned by like average people, I guess. Hey Big Goblin. Gun HD, what is going on? I just fucking fixed my camera settings. Same camera. The dimmer lights. I'm gonna keep talking about this. Anytime someone brings it up, I'm gonna talk about it. Dimmer lights in the background too. Fucking crazy. My Immortal reading. I've not seen the My Immortal reading because personally, I've read the book. I read the book on stream. So I've watched her My Immortal, like her dressing up as like the oh my god, Ebony Darkness. Oh my god, she just posted it. Oh my god, okay, I might actually watch it. Actually might watch it. Maybe not today, but she did a recreating the fashion of My Immortal. And I loved that video so incredibly much. Okay. We're gonna go to this. Also, did you oh wait, this is not oh wait, yeah, that is. Oh, Yoon, hey, how are you? What? Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months. Hope your day is going great. It's going amazing. Thank you so, so much. And it's so good to see you, like always. Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna fix the camera. We're gonna be doing Legos right now. We're gonna be working on the Lego thingy. Reading of 30 H's. If it's like if my Morton was written by a metalhead teenager. Amazing. Maybe I should. 1 second. I gotta fix this. Also, did you guys see that fucking Justin Minks got banned today? Crazy. Crazy. But she did. Rest in peace, Minks. She was banned for being too drunk. Really drunk. Really, really drunk. Teenage boy, okay. I don't think she got perma-banned. But she got banned for a little bit at least. So before you even said it, Yeah. It's just expected. Yeah, that's bad. I like can't imagine being so drunk that you get banned off of Twitch. Like you had to be really drunk because I've seen quite a few drunk people. She was really drunk though. Don't drink and stream. I think drinking and streaming is not a bad thing. I've done it. I do it. But like and I enjoy like watching other people do it, but like as long as they're not as drunk as Minx was. Yeah. Minx was shit faced. Minx was shit faced. I mean, we watched that clip uh um the other day. Let's see if we go to history. I've been listening to a lot of Wendigoon while I have been cleaning today. So some of these I've already seen, I just rewatched them, but this one I think. Oh wait, that's 2 years ago. Uh Okay, there it is.
So when you practice, you just boom. You see 1, 2, 3, and if you get better, you can do.
This is Minx. Legit or shit post? It's like debated whether or not it was a shit post or legit. I don't know what I think it is, but undeniably hurting yourself kind of drunk. Bordered on self-harming for entertainment, yeah. So is being drunk a bannable offense, or did she do something bad while drunk? You have to, if you drink like a bunch and you're just belligerently like almost pretty much blackout drunk, you are, yeah, like you're kind of like self-harming yourself.
20 minutes is a long journey. I didn't leak anything.
Why is this so long?
Me fucking whiskey.
Just got banned for a week. So glad I don't drink. You can drink responsibly and not look like this. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm back. I had to like end the stream and then start the stream again. That was really weird. It like stuck there. It never really sticks there, you know? Minx killed the stream, yeah. Tastes like shit and nothing masks the taste for me. Yeah, that's why you gotta just work with the taste. Yeah, I'm sorry about the F. I thought I was about to get better really quick, but Twitch hates me. Hey, wise human being. Can dance like that with being sober? So true. Rare Twitch W, so true. Just serving you ads now. But like, I just hope Minx gets fucking help. I need her to get therapy. But she's been through a lot of crazy stuff. Did you see there were people were living under her house and tried stealing her cats? Yeah, I did. That was fucking crazy. Um, and I'm pretty, like, this is awful. And I will never wish this on somebody. You guys know that I don't like Minx a whole bunch. But she got roofied too, and that sucks. I would never wish that on anybody, but she needs help more than ever, especially after like all of this shit. Like, it's just, it's just really like sad. I feel bad for her. I want her so bad to get help. She's back, but she's still buffering. Am I buffering? It shows perfectly fine on mine. I have like perfect bitrate and drop frames. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say like, holy fuck, somebody's lying to me. Let me see that, but yeah. But hey, Russell, how are you? Pay Irish taxes as well as American tax. 60% of her income is taxed. Is she like, was she born in Ireland? I guess I don't know her full story. I haven't seen her since the Creator Clash fight where she's in, and she looks awful now. She's very drunk right now, so I will give her that. And she's had a lot of stuff happen since the Creator Clash fight. Yeah, dual citizenship fucking sucks. That's for sure. Yeah, she's had like a lot of shit happen. I just like I just want her to. She just seems like she falls back on streaming a whole lot. It'd be different if she was like doing this shit with friends, but like she's just doing this by herself. Hey Kai, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the lurk though. Like, I don't know.
Let's paint the picture.
I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm glad it's over, actually. Anyways, we're gonna go watch nerd videos about evolution of tornado footage, because this shit's so cool. Makes this one thing, but holy shit, does Eugenia Cooney need help? I don't know why people let that girl stream. I don't know how Adult Protective Services hasn't, like, intervened or something. I don't know. Hey, Leashers. Dude, your camera and setup looks so good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I actually just learned how to use my camera, so... Okay. We're gonna get started. We're starting the first page of the third manual and the last manual. I'm so excited. And I'm gonna move this camera to get a better look of what I'm doing. But
Are fascinating.
so unfortunately,
Beautiful
losing this
and
right now.
Terrifying and tragic all at the same time. They are definitely, as Rusty from Twister says, the wonder of nature. And what does he mean by that? The wonder of nature. Well, seeing a tornado is kind of like seeing a ghost. There's actually that stereotype that if the tornado sirens go off, people actually run to the porch.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Rather than go to the basement. Full disclaimer, you should go to the basement if the tornado sirens are going off. Don't film, go to the basement. But who was the first to go on their porch?
You can burp better than that. I cannot. I'm not a good burper. That forehead TikTok is funny, but awesome. You aren't self-conscious. That is so funny that you say that, because I am. Like, I'm so serious. That is, like, one of, like, my biggest insecurities ever. Not even joking. Like, the small lips, whatever. But, like, the forehead thing, biggest insecurity. In fact, I had to, like, manually allow a lot of comments, because I manually, like, filter out comments that say forehead, big head, or, like, big forehead, like, 5 head, 6 head. I've, like, intentionally, like, filtered those out. Thankfully, people don't say that shit often, but, hey, meme.
Oh, hi, Mark.
But, I don't know, just something that I need to, like, make fun of myself a little bit for, because I think it's funny, still, at the same time. You get away with being bald. Hopefully I don't have to face that one day. Are you the tractor girl? Oh my god, no. We just look alike. I'm already in the basement. I would love to see there's such thing as tornado tourism. That is fucking cool. I want to see a tornado one day. I mean, that is like one of the most astounding things that you could probably ever see. Like, it's just crazy. Imagine, like, not knowing what the fuck a tornado was back in the day and being like, holy fuck, what is that? And just seeing one. One second. Oh my god. Anyways, sorry. Wizard of Oz? Yes, the Wizard of Oz scene with the tornado is really good. Loved lightning storms and experiencing that without knowing what it was. Exactly. F took me a while to recover from. I think it took everybody a while. Hey, Cadence, good to see you again. How are you? I never noticed it. That's because I got bangs. I got bangs for a reason. The Wizard of Oz. Watch the show Tornado Chasers? Yes, I did. That could drive into the tornado without dying. That was an awesome show. My brother was so into meteorology as a kid, so yes, I've seen like all that shit. I was really little when he was into that, so I don't remember a whole lot of it, but my family's still like into like meteorology. My fucking parents bought this fucking special satellite or like special like radar on the app store so we could like more accurately keep up with or like not tornadoes but weather and tornadoes specifically, but like not just like around us, but bad storms and shit. So it's I can like sort of read a velocity map. I guess that's not super hard though. Crazy California weather in Discord. I enjoy weather, yes. I haven't seen snow too. Oh, really? Couple floods. Doing great, that's good to hear. Dude, Scarecrow has a gun is one of the scenes in the movie. It breaks the necks of a bunch of crows in the movie. Damn. I meant the book for crows. Oh, okay. Tremors with Kevin Bacon. I learned fucking nothing, man. Oh my god. It was 2008. Holy fuck. Not even like 2019 or like 20. When was that? 2021 was the snow thing.
Tornado. In fact, who was the first to take a photo?
I'm gonna
First
continue.
painting? First mention? These are all things that we are going to discuss
Hell
in today's
yeah.
video on the evolution of tornado footage. I even got this chart. You know me. I love my charts.
I'm so excited for this.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. Before we get into the video, be sure to subscribe for more tornado content. That's all we do here. Mostly, we do other stuff too, but if you like tornadoes, if you're a tornado nerd like me, you should be subscribed. All right, let's get into the video. Phase 1, early history. Okay, before we get to photos and videos, what is the oldest mention? Well, before tornadoes were called tornadoes, they were called
Crazy snow
cyclones.
here in a while.
Before they were called
My fire floods, earthquakes, snows yesterday, blizzards with a touch of avalanche. 6 month stretch. Holy fuck. We sadly haven't had any really crazy snow out here in a while. Yeah, this was like 2021. We had like insane amounts of snow. Like it was close to a foot of snow in Tennessee. Crazy. Has followed me aside from the rain is the street of the bird poop. Is the street is bird poop and oh my god.
cyclones. They were called whirlwinds. Now, there's actually several mentions of whirlwinds in the Hebrew Bible. None of them are specific enough to be definitively what we call a tornado today. Perhaps the earliest depiction of a tornado comes from the famous Greek philosopher Aristotle, who in 350 BC, from a series of books called Meteorologica, or simply Meteorology, Aristotle describes tornadoes as the spiral which descends to the earth and drags with it the cloud which it cannot shake off. It moves things by its wind in the direction in which it is
So
blown
Aristotle
in a straight
saw
line,
a fucking
and whirls
tornado?
round by its circular motion and forcibly snatches up whatever it meets.
What swords
We're
did you get? I got Blade of the Witch King, or no, I do have the Blade of the Witch King, Blade of the Ring Wraith, I got Sword of Strider, I got Glamdring, which is Gandalf's sword, then I also have the Mace of Sauron, right here, and then I got Thranduil's sword, and then a random like cheapy sword off of Amazon from like a couple years ago that my parents got me. 10 feet, yes, you're maybe graded onto something.
Talking about tornadoes here. Straight line, destroys everything in its path. Definitely a tornado. Moving ahead about 400 years, we come across a man by the name of Pliny the Elder, who, by the way, is like the grandfather of encyclopedias. He said in his book, Historia Naturalis, which translates to natural history, that cloud which draweth water to it, as if it were a long pipe. So clearly, he's talking about that basic tornado shape, keyword long pipe. Now, this wasn't just a tornado.
If you don't know what the fuck a tornado is, and you saw one of these fucking, like, this in real life, and you were, like, fucking old, like, from ye olden times, I would think that fucking God was angry with me. I'm so close to getting some, but never pulled the trigger. Do it. It's so fulfilling, especially so cool to have them mounted behind you. Or like mounted at all. Mounted behind you. That's what she said.
No, it was
You old
specifically
twister.
a water spout, which technically isn't a supercell level tornado, but beggars can't be choosers in these early days. Now let's move ahead about 1400 years to Christopher Columbus, who also saw a water spout during his second voyage in 1495. A lot of the early descriptions of whirlwinds were indeed water spouts, because water spouts are actually pretty common, and obviously water travel was a major part of traveling and all that stuff back in the day. So, you know, you saw a lot of water spouts. But what about on the ground, legit Oklahoma level tornado? We're talking supercell tornado. What was the first mention of that? Well, Machiavelli, who lived between 1469 and 1527, described a tornado crossing Tuscany back in 1532. So that's probably a legit tornado. So we can talk about words and
50 feet of
accounts
snow?
all day long, but let's move on to the
Holy
first
fuck.
actual depiction of a tornado. An argument can be made
Dust
for
Devil, I
a
believe in Gosh
tapestry, which
instantly.
was part of a larger
What's
series
the-
of
The
tapestry.
price range on the good ones, I can always link you guys the sites or just tell you guys the sites. United Cutlery is like a good sword. Like that is where you get good swords. But right now, do not buy from the website. I could have sworn I bought like a sword straight from the website. But like those prices are insane. You can get them a lot cheaper on Amazon. Just get the ones from United Cutlery. And if you look up United Cutlery swords, like I've seen other websites just carry United Cutlery for a lot cheaper. So Knife Center does it. Has a lot of United Cutlery stuff for like a cheap price. So like a normal blade, like a normal like let's just say like Blade of the Ring Wraiths, aka the Nazgul's blade, sword. This would go for about like $230, $250. So it's about $250,000 per sword. But there's some like decent cheap ones on like places, but I can't attest to their quality. I can attest to United Cutlery's though. Pocket knives as well. Yeah, they have like a lot of shit. A lot of these places that carry like pocket knives also carry like Lord of the Rings replica swords. It's weird. But if you want the Mace of Sauron, it's gonna be like fucking around $400. So, well, like that's including shipping and tax too.
Tapestries known as the Conquest of Tunis. This originates way back
Yeah,
to
no problem, Ian.
1550. This tapestry features many different weather events, from rain and storms over the Iberian Peninsula. And what do we have here? A great candidate for the first depiction of a tornado. This little cone rope tornado on the left side of this mountain. Pretty sweet. That's a legit tornado right there. So we have definitive proof
Hell
that by
yeah.
at least 1550, some people were featuring tornadoes in their artwork. Now, that tapestry was dedicated to weather in general and to the landscapes in general, and it's huge. What was the first depiction of a tornado dedicated directly to that tornado? Well, about 40 years later, we come across a drawing of a tornado that hit the town of Augsburg, Germany. It's even dated as July 2nd, 1586. It was described as a threatening cloud that was on the ground for an hour and a half, and towards the end of its lifespan,
An hour and
the
a
tail
half?
began to sharpen, and then the cloud went back up into the atmosphere. So we have an entire description of the tornado event itself from 500 years ago. That's pretty freaking sweet. Now we're moving on to phase 2, real images. But before we get to the first photo of a tornado, we gotta talk about some tornado damage photos, because we actually have photos of tornado damage before the actual first photograph of a
Naturally.
tornado itself. So I don't know what the specific first tornado damage photo is, but here's a picture of the aftermath of a tornado in 1870 in Iowa. It's not the highest quality of photos, but you can definitely make out some damage. Another early damage photo comes from 1878 in Connecticut, and we have many photos from the 1883 Rochester, Minnesota F5 tornado. Okay, so what's the first
F5,
photo of
holy
a
fuck.
tornado? There's some debate. However, the first tornado photo is indeed the 1884 Garnett, Kansas tornado photo. Now this photo appears to be of a moderately strength tornado, likely roping out, and it was taken by A. Adams. On the back, the description reads, April 25th around 5 p.m. Keep that in mind, April 25th around 5 p.m. However, if you look up oldest tornado photo on the internet, you're going to get a photo of this tornado. This is an F4 tornado near Howard, South Dakota. And many people talk about this being the first tornado photo. However, this tornado occurred on August 28th, 1884. So that's 4 months after the Garnett, Kansas tornado photo. This is a great photo. Obviously, this is a stronger tornado. However, there's no doubt in my mind that the Garnett, Kansas photo is definitely the first tornado photo, assuming the dates are correct. Photos of tornadoes would slowly become more common in the late 19th century. A few examples of early tornado photos would be from July 13th, 1890 in Lake Gervais, Minnesota. Here's another photo of the first tornado photographed in North Dakota in 1895. Here's one in Oklahoma from the same year. And the first Iowa tornado I could find was from 1899 in Kingley. This depiction of the 1893 Pomeroy, Iowa tornado might be the first example of a multi-vortex tornado, or perhaps a twin tornado. Now, many of us love to Photoshop tornadoes. I mean, I do it for my thumbnails. But a man going by Mr. Connor may have been the first. He would take this photo of a tornado and he would superimpose it onto different backgrounds. Look at these 4 photographs. They all feature the exact same tornado. However, this tornado is occurring in 4 different scenarios. So he was probably our first tornado photoshopper. What's the first pretty high quality photo of a tornado? Well, the first high quality photo that I could find was from June 2nd, 1929 in Hartner, Kansas. Look, you can even see the bottom of the tornado tearing up the ground. Great photo for sure.
Okay, I'm so interested in this. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's very toned down makeup for what I normally kind of do, but I really like it too. A solid album cover? Yeah, all these amazing album covers, am I right?
Now it's time to move on to phase 3, video.
Yes. This shit
Kind of like
is so
the Howard,
cool.
South Dakota tornado, there's actually a few misconceptions out there. If you look up oldest tornado video or first tornado video, many people will point to the Corn, Oklahoma tornado in 1951. And here's the footage of that specific tornado. I actually mentioned this as the first tornado video in a previous video of mine. However, the first actual tornado to be filmed comes from the British Path, and it appears to be a thin rope tornado in Cuba in 1933. So about 20 years before the Corn, Oklahoma tornado. I will say that the Corn, Oklahoma tornado is way better quality, and it's the first video of an anti-cyclonic tornado, which means it moves the opposite direction of like 99% of other tornadoes. The earliest tornado featured in a film has to go to The Wizard of Oz. It is possible that there was an earlier movie that featured a tornado, however, I could not find one.
Grocery shopping? God, I have to go grocery shopping soon.
But The Wizard of Oz tornado is absolutely amazing. This tornado was put together by head technician Buddy Gillespie. This tornado footage was so good that it was used in several other films. This includes the film High Barbary from 1947, which out the window uses the exact same footage from The Wizard of Oz. The first depiction of buildings being torn apart has to go to the 1953 Warner Robins Georgia tornado. A tornado video featured heavily on this channel. In the Warner Robins video, you can actually see homes being torn off their foundation. This video was way ahead of its time for how close it is to the actual tornado and for the amount of damage it captures. About 5 years later, we come across the first full-length tornado documentary, which features the entire lifespan of a tornado that hit Dallas, Texas on April 2nd, 1957. At least 10 people lost their lives in this specific tornado. Some of the video of the downtown being hit is very high quality. Moving ahead to the first tornado captured during a live broadcast. On April 3rd, 1964, a large F5 tornado struck the city of Wichita Falls, Texas, a city which is kind of a tornado magnet. This tornado took the lives of 7 people and stayed on the ground for 35 minutes. KAUZ TV6 reported on the tornado from the ground, and this was the first live capture of a tornado. This footage also has an early example of a radar hook echo.
Nice.
At this time, a little reminiscent of a situation we had here, I believe, back in the summer.
I'm sorry, I'm so invested in this video right now.
Channel 6 made a television first by putting on the air
Hey,
live
Skelly.
a tornado.
Finally, we get to the first helicopter footage. I couldn't find the actual video, But the first helicopter footage of a tornado occurred on May 22nd, 1981 by the Ranger 9 helicopter on KWTV in Clinton, Oklahoma. If anyone knows where this footage is, please let me know because I really want to see it. And finally, we are now in phase 4, the modern era. As video camcorders became more readily available in the 1980s and 90s, we start to see a lot more tornado footage, especially when it comes to amateur video. So bringing it back to the intro of this
I
video,
love this.
who really was the first
I'm looking at
person
swords.
to
Nice.
go film a tornado rather than go to the basement? Well, sources say that Ted Rubble from Kalamazoo, Michigan,
Rubble, of course.
filmed the first amateur video of a tornado with his camcorder on May 13th, 1980. He stepped outside of the camcorder store and turned his camera and filmed the tornado drop from the sky. So this was the first amateur video. Home videos of tornadoes became way more common throughout the 80s and the 90s. I want to mention a few notable examples of classic home tornado videos. Perhaps the most famous is the 1991 Andover McConnell Air Force Base footage.
Oh, I've definitely seen this.
This video is absolutely ridiculous. Seriously, the tornado goes right in front of them. It's just insane. Another classic home video is the 1991 Gulf Lake, Minnesota tornado video. This video features some very famous quotes.
Oh, there goes Bob's boat. Well, I hope not. Whoa! Hey, get away from the windows! Whoa! Get away from the windows! Tree just blew over. Bob, look at that tree over there. Look at that. Get away from the windows! Get away! Get away! Get away!
My favorite
Honestly,
home video
you gotta start
might
yelling.
be
Why is it so quiet today? Where's the homies at? People, this is a chill stream. We're watching videos while I'm just like drooling at the mouth watching this shit. I assassinated a bunch of the regulars, so true. Muzzle's terrified of tornadoes coming in the middle of the night and sent my house into the air. Oh my god, you watched way too much Wizard of Oz. That is so valid, though. Fuck, where the fuck did this go? Wait, why isn't this going?
the 1998
I hate
Columbus,
tornadoes.
Nebraska
I-
footage, which is
I
just
kinda really
amazing.
like tornadoes.
I love the quality. It looks scary beyond belief.
I think God
A
is
great
mad at
piece
me.
of footage.
Jeez.
Get my pants.
Older tornado videos just kind of
I
have a
love
weird
this.
eeriness to them that I really enjoy. By the way, links for all these videos are in the description. Moving ahead in the evolution of tornado footage, we enter what I call the Discovery Storm Chasers era. This is my childhood right here. This is where we see the birth of celebrity storm chasers, including Reed Timmer, Sean Casey, and Tim Samaras. While filming and learning about tornadoes was the main goal of the Discovery Storm chasing teams, there was a
I
huge
love these
effort
guys.
towards intercepting a tornado, aka capturing footage from inside a tornado. There were
Oh
a
my
few
God.
methods, one being a satellite dome camera left behind in the path, the other method being riding out the storm inside a tornado intercept vehicle. Sean Casey made great effort in intercepting the storm with his TIV-2, and he was finally successful on May 27th, 2013.
Koi Cadaver, this is
when
your shit.
TIV-2 filmed the inside of a tornado in Kansas. Reed Timmer was able to film the inside of a tornado in Aurora, Nebraska on June 17th, 2009. There's also a few other early examples. Many have become well known from capturing tornadoes and uploading them to YouTube. Perhaps the best example is Pecos Hank, and I'm sure you've all heard of him. He's like the GOAT tornado YouTuber. There are other examples though. Reed Timmer has a great YouTube presence. Skip Talbot is one that should be mentioned, as well as Ryan Hall, y'all, who does tornado forecasting rather than tornado chasing. Tornado videos are becoming more and more common since people have smartphones and they carry a camera with them everywhere they go. So we're getting a lot more tornado videos from places like Europe and Asia.
See one,
We've
but from
also
far
entered
away,
the era
yeah.
of drones.
I'd
Reed Timmer
love
has
to see
captured a
one
lot
in
of great
person.
tornado footage using a drone, as well as this
I'm so
YouTuber
about
known
it.
as More Pie. Still hoping for that tornado drone intercept footage, so keep an eye out for that. Well, there you have it. That's the evolution of the
Reed
documentation
Timmer
of
fucking
tornadoes.
like had some of the best tornado footage out there. That he posted sometime last year. Oh, I gotta watch that new fucking Charlie video. 1 second. Moist critical video. Here it is. This is like literally some of the best tornado footage I've ever seen. It's because of drones. Like, that shit's so fucking cool. It's not... I don't think... I can't remember if anybody died in this. Oh, Hula, if you're still in here, by the way, how was your first day at your new job? I meant to ask you that earlier, but I kept forgetting. Because I hate you. But, it's wild and you're watching people die. Yeah, I don't... did people die in this one? I can't remember whether or not they did. It's sad. Oh, the first one you showed? Okay. Oh my god, this goes on for like 9 minutes. But like, this is crazy. The fact that these drones can stay up in the air that well is also crazy. There's just some great footage here. I remember seeing this, and Olivia has a special interest in tornadoes and meteorology right now. So I sent this to her. I was like, holy fuck, this is like the best tornado footage ever. Shit's crazy. Then it looks down. Oh, you can see like, oh, that's so cool. She hasn't told me to stay inside this time. Okay.
No. No.
I want to watch. Y'all having tornadoes? We're having a tornado watch right now. Where the fuck is the fucking... I want to see what this is first before we go into Tokyo's weirdest tiny apartments. We're gonna do that one next.
A weird situation involving Pokimane and a creepy employee of a major company, and it's left me feeling the same way I felt when I was a young sprout that watched Inception for the first time. Confused. Usually when I'm talking about things on the internet, I like to set the dinner table to prepare all of you for the meal we're about to consume together, give you like little cliff notes on what the whole thing is about, but in this case, I just can't. My tiny little smooth reptile brain can't fully grasp what exactly happened here. It's such a wild web of wacky, shady, sketchy shit that it's just not computing in my little noodle here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start playing some of the clips and do my best to break it down because it's a really interesting and strange case.
I haven't drank alcohol in a full week. I know that doesn't sound like long, but it's the longest I've gone 2 years. That's a good thing then. Don't ever let anybody say that's not long. I get that. Watch them tornadoes hit the ground. Yeah, for real. But I'm so proud of you. That is so good. Are you gonna aim for 2 weeks? Wow, Hula is not in the chat. He did not answer my question, SMH. If you like tiny apartments, you gotta look at those crazy stories behind some spite houses. What are spite houses? That's what she said.
For years. Someone who was also employed at a large company in the industry has targeted and manipulated girls, specifically in my community, by falsifying a romantic and sexual relationship with me.
Now, Pokimane treats their name like Voldemort. She doesn't speak it. She doesn't talk about who the employee is in order to protect the anonymity of the victims. Admittedly, I don't really understand that concept, considering if this is a powerful, prominent figure in the industry, I feel like it would have been a great service to actually name and shame them, so that way people know to avoid them in the future.
You'd love
But I'm
spy
not
houses?
familiar enough
I'll
with the
have to then.
situation to say for sure if that actually was optimal. Maybe this is the right way of playing it to keep it clean and safe for everyone. I don't know. But anyway, this Sith Lord of Cringe was a high-level employee at a company that was big into the streaming space. Most people are speculating it was a former Twitch employee. And if you held me down and waterboarded
How do
me
you
and
feel?
forced
Like,
me to make a guess, I would also
I'll
say
have to look
it
in
was
that.
most likely a former Twitch employee because Pokimane mentions that this person had a lot of connections with a ton of streamers, and there's just not many brands that work with a lot of streamers that they'd share in common. So I feel like the most likely answer is a former Twitch employee. And let's just face it, let's just be honest with each other here, alright? There's no reason to beat around the bush. I don't need to serve you syrup on your pancakes, I'll give them to you raw. There are some fucking creepy Twitch employees that have worked there. It's just the facts. This would not be the first Twitch employee to be a weirdo that has abused their power. There have been cases where some lower level employees have done very sketchy things in their position, and this would kind of fit that modus operandi of someone doing something similar.
Leaking privileged information he gathered from his job, as well as threatening to harm himself if these girls turned against him. He is well networked in the industry, he knows many streamers.
Movies can
He
be
has
Willy's
helped us
Wonderland.
with many things. This was someone that we were genuinely grateful for their help. A few months ago, a few girls in my community came forward to me with some concerns and asked to speak to my manager. They proceeded to send my manager countless screenshots and videos of their conversation with him, proving the lying and manipulation that was going on.
The more Pokimane explains this person, the more I picture them as an unhealthily obsessed parasocial weirdo Reddit fanfic loser drooling all over themselves for a streamer because they're so delusional that they think they're entitled to a relationship with him because they donate money. But in this case,
True.
that
Raid Shadow
stalker
Legends!
creep type actually
Yeah.
had power.
Hey,
According to
Gaming
Pokimane,
Architect,
this
it's
was
good to
someone that they've
see
worked
you.
with
Hey,
for
useless
multiple
fan.
years now
Legos,
and had actually
yes.
used confidential information from their conversations
Doing
to
a lot of Legos.
try and
Legoing.
manipulate Pokimane's female viewers into liking him somehow. This
Holy
is where
fuck.
his supervillain plan makes no sense to me. It is more confusing than quantum science. So his plan is to reach out to Pokimane's female viewers and let them know that he is dating and having sex with Pokimane, and then fabricating screenshots to prove it in order to what? Like, how does that further his goal of getting laid, I guess? It makes no sense. We're dividing by zero, trying to understand what this guy's thought process was. Pokimane explains that he would reach out to the female viewers, inform them of his relationship to her, and then what? Like, what was his end goal? I don't get it. Like, if it was other streamers, I would almost understand it, where he reached out to them to try and, like,
You know how many
form
pieces are in the
some
Lego
kind
set?
of business relationship. Like, oh, hey, I saw
Like
you in Pokimane
9,000,
chat. Well,
I think?
actually
I might
fuck
be
her.
wrong.
So, you know, you can trust me. I know what I'm doing. And I also work at this company. Like, that would almost make sense, and I guess maybe that is part of it. But she doesn't single out that he only reached out to streamers. He apparently reached out to just anyone in her chat that was female. So, like, this guy was casting the widest net imaginable, just swiping right on everyone on Tinder in Pokimane's chat. And then letting
This
them
is a
know
really
that
annoying
he's
piece.
dating her and they're
I'll play your
sexually
Raid Your
active,
Shadow
making love
Legend.
together.
Oh yeah.
I guess. And then
Okay.
he'd even trauma dump by saying that he's suicidal in order to try and force them into a sympathetic situation where they'd feel obligated to communicate with him and stay in touch with him. Otherwise, they'd be afraid that he'd fucking kill himself, throw himself off of a goddamn rooftop or something if they ignored his Discord message. Like, this guy is just a fucking weirdo scumbag, and his plan doesn't make any sense.
So basically, he would reach out to girls that he knew were like in my chat or viewers of mine. He would approach them, and because of his connections with streamers and the company he worked at, he seemed like a very trustworthy individual. He would then tell the girls that he's suicidal and deals with mental health issues, which of course would garner him a lot of sympathy. And again, these girls are so sweet, so of course they would hear him out. And then once he felt that he gained their trust enough,
That's why
he
I'm
would
not
start
sweet
sharing
ever.
these photoshopped Discord conversations with me like he would share it with them, but they were of me and him, as well as making up like wild stories about me. He acted like he knew and hung out with me and my friends in person. This is someone I've never met.
Again, what the fuck was his plan? It doesn't make sense. If his whole thing is about,
This is why
I'm
you've
dating
become a
Pokimane,
bitch.
so you can trust me, and I also work at this company, so you can like turbo trust me. Give me a big fist bump. I'm just here looking out for you. I saw you in her chat, and I thought, man, being the benevolent saint I am, I can help this girl. That's why I'm reaching out to you. But then what? Like, you're already conveying you're in a relationship with someone, so why would they then be enticed to try and, like, hook up with you if that's the goal? If the goal was, like, to get pussy or whatever. It just, none of it makes any sense at all. This is, like, actual, like, deranged lunacy.
He fabricated all of this just to manipulate these girls. He claimed that his relationship with me made him suicidal, and he used this to make the girls feel like they couldn't turn their backs on him. He told elaborate stories of our alleged sexual encounters in detail to girls that are like in my community, use like inappropriate photos, like nudes that weren't of me, and he would send them to the girls and say that it was me. He also leaked confidential information to these girls to gain their trust.
What a master scheme from Megamind here. Hey, here's Pokimane's nudes. So, do you want to work with me? Like,
oh my god.
I don't get it.
No,
So
don't worry. She's
Photoshop
secretly
nudes
nice.
or
Don't let her know that
deepfake nudes,
she's
potentially,
don't
and
that
claim
you
that
know
they're
she's
Pokimanes
nice. Fuck
to
off.
the girls in her
Yeah, I said do a
community
flip.
to try and manipulate them.
Play this
into
Shadow
being
Legend.
his
Oh my
friend,
god.
And then romantically
Have zero
getting involved
self-awareness.
with him.
So fucking for real.
Like, how does that work? Like, how does sending nudes
9,000
pieces?
pieces. Okay. I figured.
To those girls you're sending them to being like, wow.
You're deaf a
I can't wait
Catherine?
to fuck
Shut
this
up.
guy.
No, I'm not.
This guy
No,
is
I'm
having
not.
sex with Pokimane? I need to have sex with this guy. Like,
Oh, that's what I think all the time. I'm actually trying to find out, like, if Pokemon's
Hooey.
dating anybody.
This dude ate way too much glue growing up and then got addicted to porn or something because what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Now, it's not that I'm doubting it happened. I absolutely do believe this happened. And it does highlight an issue where when someone like this guy does get in a position of power, they have the ability to abuse it. She mentions that he'd leak confidential information. She goes on to give an example where he would leak what she'd make off of a brand deal. So he would tell these girls in Pokimane's community, here's what Pokimane's making off of this brand deal. As a way of being like transparent and making it seem like, wow, this guy knows his shit. So he would leak confidential shit, which you can't do, obviously. And faking the nudes and everything in order to, for some reason, manipulate them into wanting to be with him. All of it is so fucking weird. So bizarre.
Afterwards, he would then try to
This
develop
keeps going!
romantic and sexual relationships with these girls. After gaining their trust, he would hit on them, offer to fly them out, meet up in person, buy them gifts, ask for inappropriate photos of them after sending them fake inappropriate photos of me.
This is so fucking stupid. This guy is an absolute imbecile.
It doesn't end.
Here's
Found your
some
Tinder, send me a
naked
link,
photos of
stole
Pokimane.
$3,000 from my account,
Can
then
you
blocked
send me
me.
pictures of your boobies? I'd like to see your
Yeah, I'm
boobies,
still up for
please.
Saturday.
Madame, would you like to come out to my neck of the woods? I'll fly you out.
Just pop a
and,
bitch. She would
we
come down
can
to
discuss
reality.
more of Pokimane's
Wow,
needs
you.
together. Because as you know, I'm in a
Piece of
sexual
shit.
relationship
Fuck
with her, of
you.
course.
True, though.
Like, none of it makes sense. Like, it is so
Thank you so
wild
much for the follow,
and
Holy
such
Soldiers.
a shitty thing to do. And
Please
it
give
doesn't
me an
even
Uber
make
afterwards,
sense
slut
why
bot.
he'd do it in the first place. Because the plan itself is nonsensical. It's so
God, I just
weird.
created the most annoying
So
piece.
weird. So he disclosed the confidential information about like brand deals and money like that after reaching out, like cold calling like a fucking telemarketer to just women in Pokimane's chat to try and earn their trust through pretending to be suicidal and in a relationship with Pokimane. And then somehow that's supposed to translate to them flying out to him to have sex. How?
Does this shit
Why?
just float?
So fucking weird. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I've been racking my brain on it for a couple hours now. I heard this, or I saw these clips a couple hours ago, and I've just been stewing on it.
See you at
just
Chuck E.
marinating,
Cheese. I'll
trying to
bring the
really get a
tokens.
grasp on what the
Nice.
fuck actually was going on in this dude's fucking brain to do this goofy shit. It's so weird. So I just wanted to share it. That's about it. See ya.
That's fucked. Except develop. People really do anything for a girlfriend except develop a likable personality. So true. Thank you for the follow, Enderbeat. I appreciate it. That chick is coming over to watch a movie on Friday? What movie are you guys gonna watch? That is so exciting, though. I'm so excited for you. Fuck. Did I get a Splinter? Did I get a Lego Splinter? No, I didn't. That's the only thing I've done. Oh my god. Really just be hiring anybody, I guess. No person that reached to the upper echelons and was generally liked is mind-boggling. Which genuinely liked is mind-boggling. How a person like that, okay. Definitely should expose him. Yeah, honestly, the thing is, like, these are, like, people, I'm assuming they're viewers, so they're just, like, private people, so it's kind of, like, iffy on whether or not, like, pick whenever she gets there. Nice. Requiem for a Dream. No. Applebee's sounds good. I kind of want, like, shitty food. Does that make sense? I kind of want some Chili's. I want some Chili's. I've not had Chili's. I want Chili's or Olive Garden or something. Jamie, if you're watching, take me on a date. To Chili's or Olive Garden. Olive Garden. Alright, but why go there when there are other places? Yeah. It won't cost you much. So true. We're gonna watch this one. Jason's been wanting this video so bad. He's been fiending for me to watch this video. It's inside Tokyo's weirdest tiny apartments. Oh, you have a playlist. Oh, wait, this is a playlist. This is my shit. Hell yeah.
So this building behind me right here is filled with interesting and potentially controversial apartments, each with its own catch. And today we're gonna head inside and check out a few. So this place is called
I get banned.
Sakura. And you can actually see right into one of the units up there. It's located in the northern part of Tokyo, and our first unit is right here. So let's head in.
This girl is so sweet. Aw. Just the first one tonight, unless...
Alright, so this is it here. This is apparently supposed to be a garden space. I kind of guess that would work as a garden space, but the real shocker is the room itself.
Oh my god.
That's it. It's just that right there. And this is your shower. With your toilet. Right there.
Oh, beautiful. Honestly,
I honestly wonder if you could even...
This is nothing like My Hero Academia.
Here a little bit, but I feel like you'd still have to lean forward a bit. And then you'd be staring at your bed and the shower, but on the plus side, you have a lot of leg room, which is definitely
walk-in showers, so true.
I'm gonna show. But right out of the gate, this place is far from being soundproof. Like the women next door are having a conversation right now, and...
Oh my god, I wasn't expecting to hear that.
Wow, okay. Now, this window space does open up.
Y'all can hear people fucking.
If you wanted to, you could not use this space because it's not usable. It's not usable whatsoever.
Is that a safety hazard?
And I would assume that this space under the bed opens up for some kind of storage. Okay, kind of.
T-Fall, fuck you.
And this door here, right near the front of the room, opens up. So I guess if you wanted to, you
people
could
fucking.
just
I'm scared.
air the entire place. And the next room is a little, I don't want to say crazier, but I think crazier is going to be the right word. You see, no two rooms in this place are the same. Each one is unique. It was built by a designer and has a bit of a design concept for each room. One room, the bath is the main. Another room, the kitchen is the main point. Another room is just like a living space. This place was originally all designed to be like one big house, a place where your friends could just pop in and out. Kind of like a share house, but ended up just becoming an apartment with separate unit. Sorry, I instantly got distracted as soon as I walked into this room. What is this? I have never seen an apartment like this before. How does this okay, so you've got your toilet there, and you've got, I guess, what you would call a half bath.
A half bath?
So tiny. And then, how would you, can you even, no, there's no space. There's no way you'd be able to.
Oh my god.
So they told me the toilet was in a bit of a tight space. Can you move? This is movable-ish, kind of. But even with the ladder moved, you've still got this pole right here. One of the big benefits of this place are the large windows, which
That's
take
it.
small space and really make it feel more open. But it's also a double-edged sword when it comes to privacy.
Yeah, Jason, if you want to go ahead and get on that, quickly.
Units that faces the
Hurry up.
street, because people can just see right into the.
Gosh, you're so slow, Jason.
Maybe some people like that, but let's.
This just angers me. Same. I bet it does for you, architect.
This is the quote-unquote sleeping space.
Oh my
The
god.
door opens as well. There's definitely enough space for a bed. I've got kind of a long upper body, but even I can sit up and stare at the mystery hole. You have your air
Mystery
conditioning
hole.
unit right here, and then the mystery hole. Mystery hole.
Just to be a
Obviously,
danger.
Not all homes in Japan are like this. There are bigger places.
What? Not all places in Japan are like this?
But some people just don't
crazy.
need bigger spaces. I do. I need a bigger space. But I met two of the residents who live here. They both have the apartments that face the road over there, and they've both sought out living in a smaller space. よろしくお願いします。お願いします。
大学で建築を学んでいる上田と言います。ちょっと部屋の紹介をしていきます。見たらわかるんですけど、もう真ん中にこの浴槽がドーンと構えていて、それ以外のものがこの周りだったり、あと上にあるという感じですね。で、簡単な手洗いとかはこちらで行って、着替えとか服はここにあるので行う。で、奥にこのトイレがあるので、トイレをするときはこの奥に行きます。で、この上なんですけど、はしごでこう上に登っていくとこう寝る場所がありまして、でこの上で寝ると。でその本棚、この上が本棚になってるんですけど、本を並べて、寝る前に本読んだりとかっていうのをしてるという感じですね。でもとにかく、中心にこの浴槽があるので、もう何にするにしても、例えば映画見るとかお酒飲むとかっていうのも基本的にこの浴槽に浸かりながら
Done while taking a bath. Thank you so much for the follow,
映
River.
画見たりとかっていうのはするという感じですね。トイレがここにあることに関しては、この前の道路が結構人通りが少ないので、意外と座った時に、あとこの柱に隠れてあんまり見えないようになってるので、思ったより気にならないですね。基本的にずっと開けっぱなしにしてますね。閉じたらこうすごい狭く感じるので、もう開け放して広く、なんかどこまで自分の家か分かんないみたいな感じで広く暮らしてます。この部屋ってキッチンがないんですけど、僕料理をあまりしない方なので、そのキッチンなくてもいい代わりに、すごい気持ちいいお風呂があるんで、そっちの方が
He
自
really loves that
分
bath.
の暮らしには合ってるかなと思ったので、ここに住もうかなと思いました。お風呂に入ったりっていう以外は外で過ごしてて、ご飯も外で食べるし、洗濯も外にコインランドリー行くし、であとは大学にいるって感じなので、本当にこの部屋はお風呂に入りに入るみたいな感じなので、お風呂以外は本当にあんまりこの部屋で使ってないって感じですね。
So the cost of this place works out to about 50 to 60,000 yen a month, about $500-600, and his next door neighbor has also agreed to show us her apartment, so let's say hello.
岡崎です。職業というか、今は大学
Architecture student.
勉強している大学生です。じゃあお部屋紹介します。はい。 私の部屋はリビングルーム、畳の部屋っていうお部屋で、下見てもらえると分かるんですけど、畳が敷かれてる部屋です。でここですごくくつろぐのが好きで、今ここで寝っ転がるとあれなんですけど、いつもこうやってボケーっとしながら過ごしてます。でこの部屋は
That's 500 to 600 a month.
この畳の
It just depends on how much they get paid too, or who's paying, I guess, too.
別にそんなに大きくなくてもいいので、こっちにちっちゃくトイレとかお風呂とかがあるような。
Oh, this is behind a wall. Oh my gosh.
あと一応キッチンもあるので、この部屋だけで暮らしが完結するように感じになってます。私はいつもここでご飯を作ったりしてます。冷蔵庫はここにあります。
Oh, such a tiny fridge.
普通のものが入ってるだけなんですけど、狭いスペースに住んでみなければわからないことっていうのはあると思うんですけど、私は結構面倒くさがり屋さんなので、あんまり広いといろいろ物が散乱してったりすると思うんですけど、小さいのでこうすぐに気がつくというか。
Computer be big deal in Japan.
あと面倒くさがい時にすぐにこう手が届くというか、そういうスケール感もあるのかなっていうふうに思います。
So Okazaki-san says she's never seen either of the other units and she'd like to check them out. So let's give her a quick peek.
この部屋入るの初めて。あー、へー。あ、こんな。
I think she's wanting to move.
で、上がすごい。
Hong Kong coughing homes? I've never heard of that.
そこに窓があるのか。いいな。本当だ。その穴が。でもここに例えば頑張って、私とかだったらここにはしごがあったらここからすぐに登れた。へえ、でもこれはどういう風に使うのかまだすぐには思いつかないけど、ちゃんと考えたら面白そう。ここに鏡とか置いて化粧品とかをわーって並べて、それを眺めるっていうだけでもすごい楽しそうだし、この部屋は私よりも場所があるからお料理するのも多分楽しいし、
There's no
料
cooking
理しない
appliances.
時はここで普通に勉強したりしてもいいし、いろいろできそうで、最初にこの設備があるっていうのがすごい大切。いや、見たことはあるんですけど入ったことはないです。
入ってみる。
イエーイ。やったやった。おお、あ、ここ一段下がってるのが。へえ。ここはまたちょっと違った洞窟みたい
Plug
な
in stuff to cook? Oh, yeah.
お部屋ですね。あ、もうお風呂あるんだ。
I could never be a tiny home liver. Like, if I was a very minimalist person, I think I could. But I like too much stuff. I like too much decoration. Sorry. I don't know. Could you guys? Hey, Onzo, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Could you guys live in like one of these houses? I want to do a poll. Tiny homes? Yes. Could you live in a tiny home? No. Let's do a 2-minute poll. I'm doing a poll. Fit more daggers on the wall than swords? That's true. Could, yes, I wouldn't like it though. That's kind of how I feel. That's how I feel. I think I could live in it, but that wouldn't be like where I'd want to spend the rest of my life, or like more than like a year. Like a 16 by 40 cabin. Well, a loft would change it too. But full tiny house, no. I'm not that kind of Asian, but your swords and clothes, yeah, I would have to be like living a completely different lifestyle for me to like do that, because as like a content creator, I have a lot of shit. Like, I got a lot of shit. I don't even think one of like these box lights or ring lights would like easily fit in there. My current lifestyle, absolutely the fuck not, but if I could, I would, you know? Like, if I didn't have my job, if I didn't have to work on my job like I do, then yeah. Be an actual house, the other one be office and gun stuff. And also, the poll is meant as if you could, but not if you want to, I guess, is what I'm saying. American-sized tiny home? Maybe. Whether if the money I'm saving is worth it, yeah. Maybe if the money I was saving was like, okay, I'm just in college right now and I'm spending money on college, and I need to like reduce the amount of money I'm spending as much as possible. But other than that, like, I wouldn't be super happy there. Be grounded, no wheels are platformed. Okay. So no on the tiny homes. Also, Hula, I asked you earlier, but how did your first day at work go? At your new job? Did they bully you? You got hazed? Hey, is this a Peter Griffin stream? Lois. I don't know. No, I can't do it. I love...
ここ登ってみてもいいですかすいませんここぞとばかりに
She's like geeking out. Hula got fired? Oh, okay. Rest in peace, Hula.
ここからだと向こうの通りの様子がちらっと見えたり多分ここら辺猫とか通ってて
And cats probably walking. That's something to look forward to.
ここ本当に猫ちゃんいっぱいいて私猫すごい好きだからこの通ってくれるんだろうなっていうのをずっとワクワクしながら眺めてしまいそう
Career speech trend. My bad, I was probably
Because
eating
that's
those good. I
such an
think
interesting
I'm
perspective
gonna
and
pursue
so
being an auctioneer now. Nice. You gonna start speaking really fast? She's so excited about the place. She joins him in future videos too. I mean, she's an architecture student too, so she's studying architecture. So I wouldn't be surprised. Fuck. Oh, I can't get this fucking piece off. Okay, I got it. Cool. If you kill someone in cold blood, you get a free tiny home forever. For free? I just don't want less than 800 square feet, and that's just for me. Smaller than that for the amount of stuff I have and work on is too small. Yeah. For me right now, like I'm moving, oh gosh, I'm going to be moving in with Jamie, and where the stream room is going to be, my streaming setup's going to be in his bedroom. Or I guess our bedroom in the future, but I don't know how I'm going to feel about downsizing to that, but I will say, like, I don't regularly use, like, half of this room. I'd love to, but I just haven't found a way to, like, utilize it. And, like, I don't regularly use it because I have, like, this is where I spend a lot more of my time. So maybe downsizing is good, it will be okay, but I'm still very nervous about it. Like, I'm worried that I won't have, like, a space to myself. I don't know how it's going to be like living with other people like that, where at least I don't have like the entire like house to myself most days at some points, but like you gotta go to school for learning rhythm, breathing techniques, ethics and shit. Holy fuck. That's insane. I've never even heard about that. Dude I talked to has been doing it for 30 years and today he went for 2.5 hours straight. Good on him. Did he have any, like, water breaks?
She made a good point. This place doesn't have storage, but you could put all kinds of storage and a mini fridge and everything under there. This particular unit, it seems like your washing machine would probably go right here. She even noticed this little fan that I just hadn't even noticed. And both of their places were just so neat. I love when we get to meet interesting people for these videos.
House looks like shit. Oh my god. Let's do this one.
We're in Osaka, Japan right now, and I found an apartment that A, I absolutely love, and B, is dirt cheap. And these hallways are
dirty.
Really long. We just need to find our unit. Came all the way out to Osaka just to look at this place because I love the layout of it so much. I think this one's ours here. All right, this is the one.
Overall, he's going non-stop. Holy fuck.
Right from this second.
As a design professional.
In the entrance, look at this place. This is all the space
It's
I
not
have
even
to
like,
stand.
most of the time, it's not even like, these aren't really done for like the most efficient way in a tiny space. It's just tiny space and you fit shit in there. That's what I don't like. But his house looked like shit. Oh my god. These aren't his houses. I ever seen my Loki had 3 auctioneers going full throttle and mics for a couple hours. Holy fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that. Or it would take like a lot of mental training, and until you got to like the point where you were like used to it, it'd be so fucking mentally draining, I bet. Coming home from work.
Right
Sopranos
here.
reference.
What
Oh,
is this
I didn't get the
place?
Sopranos.
This place is made up of all these neat layers. Give me a second to take off my shoes and we'll check it out. The stairs are barely wide enough. So you would come in from the entrance there, and then you've got this room here with a little, I guess, loft-esque space up here. These stairs are actually slightly scary. Okay. All right.
Oh, 16 square meters.
My initial thought when seeing this little loft space was that
How much
maybe
is that in
this
feet?
could be the bedroom. I gotta check and see if I'd even be able to like lay down in this space. My head would be basically right against this wall thing here. Not a ton of space, but if you're short, you could probably do it. No handrails, but at least I can just brace my hand on the ceiling. One of the big stresses for a lot of people searching for apartments in Japan is
I go back Friday?
a lot of
Nice.
foreigners, because some apartments are kind of picky about that. This place is
Understatement.
completely okay with foreigners, and it feels a little bit like a secret fort, and that's one of the things I love.
Oh my
about
gosh.
this space down here. Look at this.
What the fuck is this place? Okay, it wouldn't open for a second. I accidentally opened it twice.
If you've ever dreamed of building a unique...
Oh my god, we'll watch that next.
It's just so much fun. When I first saw this space, it reminded me of this shop that I used to love in Toronto called Honest Ed's that was broken down into all these little layers. It was just a really fun shop to go to. And down here, we actually have like a cold storage space.
I just dropped.
So if you want, you can use that. It honestly does feel like a secret fort. Anyway, this is the tiny little super minimal kitchen. You've got just enough to store some stuff. You've got some cabinet space under here, and there is a fridge here, as well as a hot plate instead of gas. So it feels much safer. And then the bathroom
Instead of gas, yeah.
is going to be right here.
Get turned into overpriced Airbnbs. They're all apartments. People
Maybe in the
live in
winter
these.
when it's cold, but in the
Baseline
summer,
from White
it'd be
Rabbit. I have
much
no
nicer
idea.
down here because it is way, but thank you again, the breeze up there. Also, the view out this window here isn't exactly the best because there's just another apartment building right here. It's not exactly
Ooh.
a view, but a quick peek in here. So this is basically what's known as a unit bath. I actually mentioned unit baths in one of my previous videos because they're a bit of a challenge, like to fit yourself in here. For example, let me show you. If you were to actually sit down here in front, I'm going to move my legs over just to close that. And this has more space than the average unit bath as well. Plus, when you're taking a shower and whatnot, because of how small the space is, more often than not, you actually have to take out the toilet paper and leave it outside so it doesn't end up all damp. Obviously,
my goodness.
much better than having no bath whatsoever, but it's still not my favorite Japanese bath format. But Okazaki-san, Ayaka, has actually come with us this time. If you caught the video of Ayaka's place or the one of the capsule apartment, you'll know she definitely has an eye for
Thank
how
you
to
for
make the
follow,
best use of
G-Berry.
space. So, let's go grab her.
Let's go.
Aww. Aww, she's so cute.
Welcome to Osaka.
すごいここまず屋根がある透明のここは屋根あるんだでもここは屋根ないんだここまでは雨を避けさせてくれるけどここ以降はちょっとないらしい
I had to brush my teeth in the kitchen and shower. I think I have these beat. Really? She is so excited. It's so cute.
It?
全然入れるちょっとここでうじうじ
See, this girl looks at tiny homes. Seriously. It's so funny that she stumbled upon him. Or he stumbled upon her.
でもこれはこれでこうかもしれない。これで携帯持ってこう。ありですね。これちょっときついか。
You wanna see down here?
Yes. 上は明るいけど下はちょっと光があんまり入ってこないから暗くて空間的にこう違いがあるというか変化がある。
School bus seats, so true.
こっちの方はよりこう守られてる感じ。本当にこっち全然涼しいですね。気温感が全然違う。夏の間はこっちにいて冬の間はこっちにいるみたいな。
That's what I said. Usually when we look at these places, there's this big gap between how Ayaka would use it and how I would use it. 全く同じこと言ってた。
あ、本当ですか？イエーイ。ちゃんとキッチンあるし、割と一般的な一人暮らしのサイズ感、日本だと割と一般的なサイズ感のキッチンがあるし、ちゃんと料理ができそうです。
That was smaller than a parking spot with bed bugs. It sucked ass. Fuck that shit. Sounds like White Rabbit. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Hey, Cooter Bugs. Y'all like city pop? I like city pop. I don't listen to it a whole lot. It's like one of those genres for me.
No going inside. But you can look.
いやこれ実家にあるんだよな、こういうタイプの。出た野菜室。なんかうちの実家はここにこうじゃがいもとか人参とか、人参はどれかじゃがいもとか冷蔵保存しないお野菜とかこうバーって入れといて、であと私も多分ここに野菜がなんか冷暗所保存みたいなやつ。ここら辺で、あとお菓子もここに入れて。
Yeah, this is an upgrade for her though. She'd have way more room.
ここを開けてニヘニヘしながらこう食べるっていうのをやるんですね。難しいなこの扉。
Best part? How much do you think? This is the big one because this is what really surprised me about this place is the price.
でもこっちもあるし、こっちもあるし。東京だったら5万以上。
That's fair. This place is only about 30 minutes and a 10-minute walk, so about 30 to 40 minutes from Namba Station right in Osaka. So it's really close to Osaka. This place is $200. 2万円 20,000 20,000 yen.
That's not that expensive.
本当ですか？ちょっと住みたいですね。
That's like way more room than what she's used to. That's insane. Just laid out a lot better, yeah.
あれみたい。ホテルのユニットバスだ。
Balls.
なんかでもお風呂って一番見られたくないから、こう一番隠れてる場所にあるっていうのはやっぱ安心感ありますよね。一番上にあるよりもやっぱ下にある方が確かにいい気がする。
No, Ayaka's bathroom is also kind of hidden, right?
Yes. 私の部屋も安心感はある。わしみたいなこう女の人の場合は特にちょっと安心感がある、奥の方が。ここだったら絶対に覗かれない。だってここ窓ないし。窓あるけどそっちからだし、そこ閉めちゃえばもう完璧に安心。面白いなぁ。ここに謎の場所がある。ここはなんだ。でもここに物を置けるのめっちゃいいですよね。
Oh my gosh.
めっちゃいい。
FBI, open up.
商品とか置けばいいし。でもこっから見た景色は結構いいかも。階段がこう。
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
もう一番ここが上が遠いとこ。
I think that we should come up with like an Ayaka point system. Like how many points you would give each house とか。
ここのお家は結構私的には良くて、こう空間がいろんな空間がある。 のが楽しい。空間の変化が一つのお家で楽しめるのが結構楽しいけど、自分のお家がやっぱり一番大好きなのを踏まえると、でもこの間のカプセルよりは良かったので6点です。
Nah, this is gonna be 6 ayakas.
6点。
Nah, how many ayakas was the capsule?
カプセルは
3.
それはちょっと狭すぎ。あれはちょっとさすがに狭い。もうちょっと人間は生活する場所が必要。けどここはとても良いです。もう細長い、こんなこう渦巻きみたいな間取り。これもこの間のカプセルで引き続きなかなか体験したことのないタイプの間取りだから面白いですよね。自分の空間体験がまた一個増えていく。
Yeah, it's 届く。
あ、でもここめちゃめちゃ何がいいって景色がすごいいいですよね。目の前にあるのが住宅、東京とかだとどうしても目の前住宅の場所が多いから目の前畑だと寝転がるスペースですね。いや、ここ余裕で多分布団引けるからこのままこうで、ここで寝ると何がいいって多分こっからこう日の光が入ってくるから、この日の光で目が覚める。しかもカーテンを閉めなくても誰にも見られる心配
Take her to a castle, so true.
ここカーテン開けず閉めずに
Generic first spite video house I found? Okay. Watch that soon.
切れるっていういいシステムですね。お、ここいいな。
So how about your house?
私のうちは12点。
She really likes her house.
12点、最高。私のうち大好き。
I actually really like it. I would probably give it 8 points because I love the way it's made. Plus, windows on both sides, the air comes through beautifully. It feels fresh in here. You could have like a sofa here with a projector behind you that projects onto this wall, and you'd actually have like an okay sized TV.
それはいい使い方ですね。楽しそう。この人もあるのか。そうか、そうだ。絶対あれですよね。家出るときここから出ると思いませんか、ここにいたら。
It's become one of my challenges to always find a new and interesting place to bring Ayaka to. So I wonder where we should go next.
They're cute. Let's do the Spite House. Hey, Murderface, it's good to see you.
The term spite house has been around for a long time, and it can be due to land not being bought at the deemed right price, a family feud, or whatever reason really. And today we explore 17 incredulous spite houses. 17. Colors of the Rainbow. The Westboro Baptist Church in Kansas City is said to have quite a rigid view about gay people. And it was not to their delight when a man purchased the property.
How many boxes you got left? This is my last box. I'm on two-thirds of the way through it, and I'm on my last big box, but this is the first bag of the big box, so still got a while to go. Oh god, no, not them.
And painted it just like this. 16. Not over my dead body. This is the Tyler Spite House in Frederick, Maryland, and it was built in 1814. This massive home was built in quite a hurry when the doctor who owned the land heard that the town was planning to build a road through his property. At that time, the law stated no road could be built if there was construction taking place. The foundation for the home was probably the quickest ever poured. 15. All's fair in love and war. In Newbury, Massachusetts, is a lonely-looking pink house. It's called the Plum Island Pink House, and it's literally falling apart, just like the marriage that fell apart and led to that very home being built.
Oh my god!
It was 1925 when a husband and wife parted ways, and the one condition the wife had was that he had to build her an exact replica of their home. He obliged, but built it in a place where he knew she would be so unhappy. In the middle of nowhere, with no fresh running water nearby and marshland all around her. 14.
That's
Family
so mean.
ties. Perhaps not in this family. This Spite House was built in 1806 by Thomas McCobb, and there are several variations of what actually happened. But what seems the most factual is that due to his dad remarrying a few times, he lost the home to one of his half-sisters and her mom, and he was
What is the
cut
title
out
of this video? 17 Fascinating Spite
the
Houses.
will. This beautiful home was almost demolished until they moved it to Rockport, where it still stands today. 13. Not quite as planned. Let's head to the turn of the 20th century and meet Charles Folling. Charles inherited a lovely little bit of land, and he was really excited to build
Thank
his
you for the
forever
follow,
home there.
Brittany.
That was until the city decided to take a piece of it in order to build a new street. The Alameda Spite House in California came into fruition as a result of this sleazy move from the city. He built his home on the little bit of land he had left, 10 feet wide and 54 feet long. And it not only sits on the street, but is also flush against the neighbor's property too. 12. Room for
God.
one more. This used to be the property of John Hollinsbury, and he was so fed up with the wagons and horses making their way through that little space that he built it to block the thoroughfare. He
Oh
used
my
to own
God.
the red house on the right, and the little one in the middle has surprisingly been lived in for many, many years. 11. Oh brother. Two brothers had apparently inherited a piece of land from their father after he had passed away. One brother went off to the military, this was around the time of the American Civil War, and the others remained behind. The brother who stayed built himself a massive home on the shared land and left a scrap of land for his brother. So, to spite his brother, he built this skinny house to block out all the sunlight on the other brother's stately home.
Oh my God.
10. An eyesore. I'm not sure if this still looks like this now. If you're in the area, let us know. Zipporah Lal Mainwaring wanted to do some renovations to her home in Kensington in London, but neighbours rejected her plans. She was so
That's
annoyed
so
that she
ridiculous.
painted these candy stripes on her home, which definitely gives the upmarket neighbourhood a rather different feel.
That's so
9.
annoying that your neighbors, like especially if you're in an HOA, they can be like, you're like, okay, I want to do some renovations. This is what I want my house to look like, and your neighbors can say, no. What? Spike coffee shops, number 1, Latte Larry's.
A healthy dose of revenge. This seems a bit too far-fetched under the circumstances, but the story goes that in 1925, the Montlake Spite House was built in Seattle, Washington. It's only 4.5 feet wide and has reached a selling price of just under $400,000. The
What?
neighbor allegedly made a ridiculously low offer on the land where the home is now based, and the house was built to spite that neighbor. 8. Love thy neighbor. You have to wonder what went wrong in this friendship, that one person would deliberately go out of their way to hurt another. Over in Virginia City and Nevada, a miner saved up all his money to buy a piece of land to build his home. When his enemy heard that news, he thought about how he could ruin it for the miner.
Oh my
So
God.
he went ahead and bought the plot next door and built his home literally right next to the poor guy. Let's hope the current neighbors get along. 7. Doesn't solve anything. Do you think building this tiny little spite house made Francis O'Reilly feel better after he was refused a reasonable price for the land he was trying to sell? I'm not sure, but it was the year 1908 when he decided
Base
to make
nemesis.
this piece of land unsellable.
No
in
one's
the
gonna tell me I
future.
could do that.
The little
Standalone
8-foot
houses.
wide house is 308 square feet, and the interior designer who lives in it says
Oh
he
my
feels like he is
God,
part of a
meme.
living billboard. 6. Spoil sport. This landowner was not excited when he heard that his city was trying to build a neighborhood using a perfect grid system, which would mean they would have to build through his land. So he went ahead and built this Victorian home, which they could not break down and go through. Now the streets of this little town in New York go around the home, destroying any hope of the perfect grid system. 5. I told you so. This one isn't so much a spite house, more of an I told you so, which is close enough. This little home was built in California and was the end result of a bet. The story is told about a man called Newton Rummans who got this tiny bit of land in settlement of a $100 debt. The neighbors said it was pointless as nothing could be done on that land, but they were wrong because there sits this very cute 10-foot wide little home. 4. Time to move. This is the Purple House
Oh my
in
God.
Lubbock, Texas. And in 2001, there were a number of complaints about the home having too many people living there, too much activity, and so on. so they painted the house like this, in response to the complaints received about them. 3. Payback time. Here's a little dwelling in Seattle that was built in 1925. Again, the details are sketchy, but some stories say there was a divorce where the husband was awarded the home and the wife the front yard, and this little home was built to spite the owner of the bigger home. It must have worked, and now it's quite the tourist attraction too. Despite the size, reports say it's roomy considering the small dimensions. 2. I'm convinced. Over in China, they also know spite houses quite well, but there they call them nail houses. Basically, the owners refuse to move when developers want to build through their abode. This one is from 2007, where construction began around the family who refused to move. And yes, they did eventually give in, but not without a fight. 1. The end result. And this is what happens when every tenant in a building refuses to sell. You find yourselves in the middle of a very big highway in the middle of China somewhere. The only ones spited was themselves. Which of these spite houses did you like the most? Let us know in the comments below. And subscribe.
Oh my god. Which video? Wait. We're gonna look at this one. Oh, did they already show it? Oh. Fuck it, let's judge
Designing
this.
and building a tiny house on wheels as a couple can be a real challenge. There's a lot of cooperation
It just says
and
a couple,
compromise
though.
that goes into creating a space that can work well for both parties. Today we've traveled to the Blue Mountains
I know
to
stuff on
visit
your
a
streams.
tiny
Okay,
house
have a good
built
rest
by
of your
a
night.
couple
Thank you so
who,
much for
thanks to
popping
some
in.
wonderful teamwork, have created themselves an amazing home. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Bryce. How you going?
Good, thank you. Nice to meet you. G'day, Matt. How's it going, mate?
Good, thanks.
This home is absolutely stunning. It is very sleek, stylish, and modern, isn't it?
Thank you.
Now, absolutely, I want to talk about the home, but first, let's talk about the land that you're on, because this is something very special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 16 acres, and
Special.
yeah, basically goes down to a creek. There's a little swimming hole down there, and back up the other side of that ridge there. So, yeah, it's nice and secluded.
And how did you come to be on this property?
Basically, about 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, there was a big bushfire that came through this area and burnt down a lot of the homes in this street and in this area. So we scored this block out of it, basically.
And then this area that you've built onto the house as well creates a really lovely space outdoors to enjoy it all, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think it's pretty important with tiny living to be able to expand outside and get that bit more use out of it, you know.
When you get people over and you're all in the tiny house, it's very cramped. So
Yeah.
you need somewhere to sort of come out and you can spread out.
Yeah.
Not to mention it's a nice view, and on a sunny day it's really nice out here.
Now, let's talk about the tiny house. As far as tinies go, it is not very small, is it?
I guess as far as tinies go, you know, it's a lot smaller than my full-sized house that I came from, but yeah, it's pretty lofty.
So you're building the Titanic. I'm doing the full one. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Coos.
The floor is 9 meters long by 2.5 meters wide, but because of the rakes on either end, the roof is a couple of meters longer. Yeah, the height is 4.3 on that side.
I don't know
to the
these
bottom.
fucking measurements.
There's the chimney to take into account and some unboltable stuff, but yeah. I think one of the things in our loft, we wanted to be able to stand up and walk around because we didn't want to have to crawl in or anything like that. So I'm happy with it anyway.
And now talk to me about the style of the house, because it is really interesting how you've created this entirely black exterior.
I guess it is a bit stark, but I just like black. And
Oh my
I think
God,
it actually kind
same.
of blends into the valley. Like there's a few black features obviously from the fire, and yeah, I think it kind of suits it.
And it looks quite striking here, so I think you've done a really good job with that.
Thank you.
What was it that actually inspired you to build a tiny house on wheels?
That was me.
I've been obsessed for a while, watching reality TV shows about tiny houses, Googling them, Instagram, Facebook, you name it, you know, looking them up. Sort of wanted to build one or at least buy one at some stage, and then I met Matt, so now I have one.
So we met online. It was one evening at the pub with my best friend.
Co-op online
He wanted
multiplayer.
to play with my phone and my online dating apps, and it sort of sparked from there. We had a date at a very seedy pub.
Yep, that was her idea.
Yep. I needed to get away from it, you see.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was
Just
close
in
to the
case.
station.
Yep.
And
Where the
yeah,
fuck is this other
she really
piece?
just wouldn't shut up about these tiny houses, and I really hadn't seen much about them, but she's showing me all these Instagram accounts, and I sort of didn't really think much of it at the time, but yeah, no, she kept on about it, so yeah, once I looked into it, it seemed achievable, you know, and I do like a challenge, so I thought, no, give it a go, what's the worst that can happen, you know, throw a bunch of stuff out.
Yeah, so I guess I convinced you to build a tiny house. He'll build me a tiny house, actually. Yeah.
She did give me full disclosure.
I even gave him points in time to bail out. You know, I was laying in bed and I said, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you absolutely positive you want to do this?"
After the trailer was bought, yeah.
Once the frame was on, that was it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And now this project was done as a DIY build, wasn't it?
Yeah, majority of it I did myself or with some
Where's
help from
my
friends
piece?
and
Where's the
colleagues and
missing
stuff,
Lego
so-
piece?
Yeah, they did hate a lot of it.
It's not even a
but,
small piece.
You know, in the end, I think everyone's pretty proud of it.
And you have a background in construction, don't you?
Yeah, I do run a bathroom and kitchen renovation company, and
You're
so a
here
lot
to
of it
talk
was
to
sort of
Catherine. Hey,
ideas
how
that
are
I'd
you?
seen around or things that
My
I
name's
really wanted to try
Catherine.
out, but I couldn't get anyone to go for. So yeah, I thought, oh, I'll do it myself then, you know.
Now, before we go inside, I want to talk about the contraption at the back of the house, which I noticed walking down. What on earth is that?
That is my custom designed cat run. It seemed simple when I first began doing it, but definitely had to lean on my mates to give me a hand with it. Basically, I've got these two cats and they're my children, and I didn't want anything to happen to them moving to the bush, or I didn't want dead birds on my bed. And also I didn't want the kitty litter inside because it's too small. So yeah, it works well. They love it actually.
Who stole
What a great
my
idea. That is very...
Who stole Catherine Catfish, nice to meet you. Who stole my fucking fizzy lifting drinks? No, who stole my fucking Lego piece? Holy fuck. Shooting the trash talkers online. Oh my god. How much it cost? Because that's Burgie. I hate Red Square. My attention span could never. I need to watch videos while I'm doing it. It's really nice to like de-stress with it. Where the fuck is it? I have like little goblins. These nuts. Goblins just fucking like stealing my shit. Is that the piece I'm thinking of? Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? We're gonna take it out. It's like finding it. Fuck you. I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Can we take a look inside the house and check out what you've done on the inside?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
All right, thank you very much. After
Thought
you.
I found it, but I didn't.
This is absolutely stunning. You really do notice the extra height in here, don't you?
Yeah, you do. The void definitely adds some really nice extra light and extra room.
Now the design in here is really interesting and quite beautiful. I really love all of the artistic features that you've put in. This light feature at the top here is really special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
A bit of Rio, couple of lights, fairy lights, and some plants, and up
I
she
did
goes.
get it up there by myself somehow, which was a challenge, but yeah, I think it came up pretty well for a couple of old rusty sheets of steel left over.
It certainly did. And now tell me about the lounge area that we're in right now. This is very spacious.
yeah, one of the things that we just like to sort of lay on the couch and watch TV most evenings. So we definitely wanted a full-sized couch, but we had to make it because we couldn't find anything with decent storage. So yeah, I traded my couch from my other house to my sister, and she made these cushions for us. And yeah, the kitchen guys made the drawers pull out and everything. So yeah.
Definitely no compromise on the size of the TV here.
No compromise. There was a bigger one intended, but
Well, there was a compromise, exactly.
Yeah,
I
we
was going to
compromised.
bring my larger one, but in truth, yeah, even this is potentially like pushing it for being too big, so
Yeah.
I can admit it now.
taking a while.
Yeah.
And lots of room for book storage and a few knickknacks as well.
Yeah, just bits and pieces. Some of my favourites, some of the ones you can't really go past: cookbooks, university textbooks, those sorts of things. And then the rest are all got given away or put in storage or loaned out, you know.
And you are studying at university at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing a bachelor's degree in Indigenous Studies through the University of South Australia.
And you've got plenty of space to study in here?
Yeah, so most of the time we watch telly down here, and we have a loft.
I gotta find this, so I turned on the overhead light.
Headphones and everything's good.
Fantastic. And now this over here, is that your cat door?
It certainly is. The little suckers come up a chute, out through the side of the couch, and then out this door.
Am I
just
going
here.
crazy?
And then 2 in the morning when they go in and out, flat out, it's pretty entertaining.
That is such a clever idea. And then you've got a really nice wood fire here as well.
Yeah.
It hasn't been cold enough yet to really get it going, but we did one test run, and it's pretty great.
Pumps out a lot of heat.
Yeah.
And then the kitchen. This is very spacious. Absolutely no compromises in here, are there?
No, we wanted a full-size kitchen in here. I came from a very small house with no kitchen, and Matt came from a very big house with quite a large kitchen. So this is sort of meet in the middle.
You've even got these spectacular marble bench tops. Now, this is something you do not often see in a tiny house.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, I think I potentially would have just done it in timber if I could do it
cowboy.
again. I guess I'm used to.
Anubis, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate the Lego fairy took it. Yeah, she fucking did.
Absolutely. Now, can you walk me through the design and the features in this kitchen?
Yeah, so we have a full-size stove. We've got a full-size microwave and oven and a fridge, obviously. And then we've got our butler sink. We've got our pots and pans in there. Dishwasher. I don't necessarily know what's in that drawer.
There's glasses.
Glasses.
And tea towels in there and
Yeah.
Tupperware.
Tupperware.
Yeah.
And then we've got all our crockery and things like that upstairs.
And I really like how you've managed to build a lot of the appliances into the stairs.
Yeah, we've noticed quite a few tiny houses sort of in and around that have their storage in their stairs, and it was something that we thought would be good for us. You know, we have pantry in those sort of 4 drawers, and then we've got our extra stairs that do have more storage in them for knickknacks and bits and pieces.
And again, the lighting in this space is very well done.
Yeah, thank you. We wanted a bit of under stair lighting. When you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you do want to be able to get down the stairs, so that's fun. It also doesn't wake the person still in bed.
And then moving over here, what is going on with these mirrors?
There are wardrobes.
Right.
His and hers. So we've got lots of hanging storage.
I found the stickers, by
and
the
then
way.
we've got a bunch of drawers which open up, all on soft closing, so you can slam them all as much as you like. And then we've also got a walk-in wardrobe light.
Now that really does give you both quite a lot of clothes storage, doesn't it?
Yeah, we do. It means we've got one each, and we're not fighting over hanging space or anything like that. And mine is obviously more messy, so that's not paranoid about mine.
Quite a clever idea doing that as well, and sort of having that as a transition between the bathroom and the living space.
Yeah, definitely. Means you're not sort of walking straight into a kitchen. You've got a bit of something in between.
Absolutely. And now I have to ask you about the floors, because this is really beautiful how you've done this transition
I see. I think I know
from the
what I
timber
did.
floors into the tiles. This must have taken forever.
Yes.
It did. It did. So first step was the tiler doing his bit, and he basically tiled it flat and chiseled them off, the ones that I marked. And then the next step was the carpenter and I making up paper templates and jigsawing out the timber to fit. So I don't think he'd do it again in a hurry, but I'm happy with the way it worked out.
I bet. I mean, you can see how much work has gone into that, but it really is
That's
a very
cool.
artistic result. So well done on that. And then behind us is your bathroom, and wow,
Yeah.
this is very impressive.
It is definitely a feature of the house.
Yeah, something I definitely had to try and get right, building bathrooms for a living. So, yeah, a few ideas in here I've always wanted to sort of try, but the raked wall was a challenge. And yeah, I love a double shower. Just somewhere to unwind each
Fuck
day.
no, wait.
I never thought I would see a tiny house with a double shower.
You're not the only one who said that.
Triple shower, even if
Yeah.
you count the third one there.
That is really impressive. Now, obviously the home is a little bit bigger, but you've definitely given a priority of space here in the bathroom, haven't you?
You do actually spend a lot of time in here, surprisingly. You know, you get dressed in here, you get undressed in here, you have a shower, you're often in front of the mirrors doing whatever, shaving or whatever. So you need it sort of a nice space.
I could
and
live in
somewhere
this
that we can
tiny
both be
house.
in at the same time.
Lots of mirrors in here as well.
Lots of mirrors. These are actually storage as well, so you can open them up. There's his and hers again. Means they're not sort of in each other's space as a tiny house often you are. So if we sort of keep things separate like that, then we're not going to sort of clash in any way.
And then you've got a flushing toilet in here.
We have a flushing toilet, yes.
Yeah, we used the existing septic, so we didn't have to do a composting toilet, much to Lisa's disappointment, because she really wanted one, but there was no way I was going to do that. So, yeah, definitely a flushing toilet.
FBI,
Well, I guess
open
there had
up.
to be some compromise there somewhere. You did get the tiny house after all.
I did get the tiny house, so I'm happy.
Fair enough. And then shall we check out the upstairs?
Fair enough.
Now, it's
Fair
really
enough.
interesting to me how you've divided up the loft areas into two different sections and then been able to connect them via this walkway here.
Yeah, we made our master loft. Obviously, it fits a king-size bed in it with two little side tables. There's not a whole lot of room beside the bed, but you can squeeze in and out. You still have to shimmy down the bed to get in and out of the bed, but that's okay.
I think having the walkway makes the
Thank you for the
second loft a
follow,
lot more
boof-
usable. Just
boofing.
having to get your mates to get up a ladder, or maybe your mum or whatever. Some people probably wouldn't make it, so yeah, I think overall it makes that a
Damn
lot
it.
more usable space.
I don't know where the
Here
fuck
as
it
well,
is.
This is where you really notice the extra height. And it's not that much extra height, but it's enough to enable you to stand before you get into bed, and it really just makes this whole area feel so much more spacious.
Yeah, it does. Matt and I aren't
What?
particularly tall, but being able to stand up was really important in our design.
Rather than some lofts feeling like they're just an additional space, I think it really makes this feel like a second
Let's see if
floor
I can
to
just
the
use
place,
my
so,
extras to like.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm 6'4", and I can almost stand up in here without touching my head. And in fact, when I'm under the skylight, I absolutely can do that.
Yeah.
So it really goes to show there's a lot of extra room that has been created in this.
Yeah.
The roof windows as well. What a great feature in here. I mean, it's lovely how you've extended them along the entire
Ryan,
line
how
of
are
the
you?
roof. So you've
Iceberg
always
tooth
got
that
a
piece?
very
Fucking,
dynamic
I
view
guess.
of the changing sky, don't you?
Yeah, you do. At night time, it's really lovely. You can see the stars. During the day, it does create a bit of an oven, but we have put the blinds on, so it's not so bad. But yeah, it really.
I'm just gonna have
creates
to
an
fucking
extra space. You don't
make
feel so
a
enclosed.
Now,
makeshift.
you've been living in the tiny house for 4 months. Is the home living up to your expectations?
Absolutely. Yeah. I came from a small house, so the transition was pretty easy for me. Coming from a bigger house.
Yeah, it did take me some convincing to sort of wrap my head around the idea at first, but I can genuinely say I don't miss anything from my large, normal house. Designing it and building it together was.
I
a
know
fun
some
thing
of
to
the
do as
comments.
well.
I know some of the
I'm sure we
comments
will.
are gonna say, "Save this man, save him." That's. Sorry, I thought it.
a lot about each other in that
Yeah.
process. So yeah,
We did. It's good. It was fun.
Well, and I think one of the things that you've done really well is in the design of this house, you've obviously really taken a lot of consideration into what your individual needs are and the things that were important to both of you and combined them to make sure that they were present in this home.
That was the whole idea, is like if you are going to move in together, you do need to make sure that you both have spaces that are specifically for you or that you specifically need. So yeah, it's important.
Even if it means you have to end up with a flushing toilet.
Even if it means I have to end up with a flushing toilet. Damn it.
No place is perfect.
No, that's right.
And now, can we talk about the budget, not including the land? What was the cost of realizing this home?
That's a good question. I did not add up every sort of nickel and dime. There were a few favors and stuff in there, and a lot of it I did myself. So yeah, I think it probably worked out around 80, 90.
Where did the other piece go?
I think $80,000
Am
is
I
a remarkable
losing
budget.
it?
And obviously, that also does reflect that you've put a lot of labor into it yourself, and no doubt a few boxes of beer in the process.
Yeah, quite a few things. So the tiny house is
I lost another
pretty much
piece.
a dream come true now. I'm gonna find something.
I'm
else to
looking
want.
for 2 pieces right now.
For you.
Yeah,
It's an achievement for me. Yeah.
we love the space. We've only been here a couple months, 4 months, but we're making
Mods
it
ban me.
ours
Fuck you.
now. I think it's starting to feel like home.
Yeah, it's actually.
We're watching this
Back
shit.
in
I don't
my
give
day,
a fuck.
the cool thing to eat at school lunch was a Lunchable. But in 1934, it was peanut butter and tomato soup, a butter sandwich, a hermit cookie, and an apple and milk. So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as we make school lunch from the Great Depression, this time on Tasting History.
Oh my god, where'd the piece go?
So using an old menu from 1934, I'm going to put together an entire meal for a school lunch today, but really there are only 2 things I have to make, and that's the peanut butter and tomato soup and the hermit cookie. Now the menu, along with the recipes, come from the cookbook
I
School
want a
Lunches with
cookie
Recipes
right
to
now.
Serve 50 Children. That title, To Serve 50 Children, kind of reminds me of that Twilight Zone episode.
To serve men, it's a cookbook.
But I assure you there are no children used as ingredients in either of these recipes. Rather, they are recipes for a lot of food to feed a lot of little kids. And I don't have any little kids around here, so I'm going to be cutting down the recipes. I'm going to make half of the cookies and just a quarter of the soup, and that's still enough soup to fill the biggest pot that I own. And so to make that soup, what you'll need is 1 number 10 can of tomatoes. This is a number 10 can of tomatoes. It's huge. It is 6 pounds, 6 ounces, or about 2.9 kilograms. The original recipe calls for 4 of these, so 1 is enough. 2/3 of a cup, or 75 grams of flour, 1 1/3 cup, or 340 grams of smooth peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter, which I prefer, had come on the market just a couple years previous, but I'm guessing they used smooth peanut butter especially because it is a soup.
Retrace your
also, try to get it
steps.
with no sugar added
I have-
because they wouldn't have added a ton of sugar at the time. A half cup or 55 grams of chopped onions and 1½ teaspoons of salt.
See if you can
Then the
see
recipe
shadows.
says to press canned tomatoes through a sieve to remove the seeds. So I tried this
Fine.
and yeah, it didn't work, at least not for me. I'd say that my sieve was too fine, but any less fine and the seeds would have gone through, so that doesn't make any sense. And maybe they pureed it beforehand, so that's what I ended up doing. You know, you just kind of got to make it work, I guess. But once you get smooth tomatoes, mix a cup of it with the flour and the peanut butter until it is as smooth as you can get. Then add the onions and the remaining tomato into a large pot and heat it until it starts to boil. Take a bit of that hot tomato and add it to the peanut mixture, stirring it all together, and then add all of that into the pot with the rest of the tomato. Stir in the salt, and then it says cook for about 10 minutes,
How do
stirring
y'all-
constantly.
would y'all eat
Which is
this?
what I did, and it gives you just enough time to get completely engrossed in a course from today's sponsor, Wondrium. Wondrium has
damn it,
thousands
Matt.
of what is called that we didn't know. Start your free trial. The book gives options. Now once you signed up for Wondrium and the soup is done, we can start making our cookies. The cookbook gives options for 3 different cookies: oatmeal raisin, molasses, and hermits, which I had never heard of. I guess they're actually still eaten in New England, but I had never heard of them, and everyone who does know of them says that they're pretty good, so I figured I'd give them a shot. So for that, you'll need a bowl to sift in 180 grams of flour
I don't
with a
know what
1/4
the
cup
fuck
or
it
35
is.
grams of dried skim milk, a 1/2 teaspoon of cinnamon, a 1/2 teaspoon of baking soda, and a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. Then whisk everything together and add a 1/2 cup or 240 grams of chopped raisins and toss them into the flour mixture, coating them well. A lot of recipes for these call for curds,
I don't have
which are a little bit
pockets.
smaller, and it kind of makes sense because chopping raisins is rather tedious. Then cream together a 1/2 cup or 113 grams of butter with 3/4 of a cup or 160 grams of light brown sugar. Then add 2 beaten eggs and mix until smooth. Then add the flour mixture and gently mix until just combined. Then scoop the dough out onto baking sheets. And since we
Rin.
know that this will make
Arnold.
25 cookies, we'll know exactly how big the cookies would have been in 1934, and spoiler alert, they're a lot smaller than most modern cookies. But even so, bake them at 375 degrees Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius for 8
Peanut
to
and
10
tomato
minutes.
soup
or
sounds
until the-
terrible. I agree. I don't know. I would try it. You know, like I would taste it. I can't find them on the floor. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Because I'm trying to find another one of these like gray pieces. Focus, slut. Focus. Thank you. Trying to find another one of these gray pieces. I literally saw it right before I started this step. And now I can't find it at all. I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, oh my god. I'm so mad. I've already checked under the keyboard. To the bottom of the other pieces. No. Right under the chair. I've like moved the chair a lot. Did it again. Oh my god, y'all. I'm like gonna... It's not in my boobs. I would think I would feel that. I don't know. Go get a Roomba. I did vacuum before the stream, but the thing is, I literally saw the first piece I lost, and I was like, okay, I have an extra one. I'll probably need that later. And then I could not find it since then. Stuck to your pants somewhere. I would feel it, I would think. At least the part where it would. Y'all, I don't know. I'm a little too tired to like continue looking. This is my extras jar, by the way. Anyways, we're gonna continue watching
They
this.
start to
Hey,
brown on. And while they bake,
geez.
make sure you're subscribed to Tasting
Welcome,
History,
welcome.
which, if you think about it, is
John
a little bit
Lego,
like school lunch,
exactly.
because one, you learn how to make food, and two,
Walk barefoot,
you
you'll
get
find it really
lessons
quick.
like this one.
Shut up. I can't wait for this part.
So when that first school lunch happened is kind of hard to pin down. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody snuck some hummus and pita into one of Socrates' lectures. But when it comes to more of an organized school lunch, we have to look quite a bit later. Generally, it's accepted that it took place in Munich, Germany in 1790 when the American-born Benjamin Thompson, better known as Count Rumford, organized meals to be served to poor children before they took lessons. Though the children only spent half of the day in classes, they spent the other half making uniforms for the military, just like when I was in kindergarten.
Oh my god.
In France, school lunches started as gifts from private donors such as the author Victor Hugo, who sponsored an entire school. But in
Aw.
1867, the Minister of Public Instruction, Victor Duruy, established the first widespread lunch program at over 460 schools. And a decade
Donkler.
later, school
Hello.
canteens
Is it in
opened
your
up
headphones?
all over Paris. And
It's
these
in
were
my
publicly
brain.
funded
Don't you hear the
programs that
rattling?
would give hot meals to all of the students. Those who could pay would, and those who couldn't got them for free. And even in the 1870s, the people setting this up knew that kids were bullies and would pick on those kids who got free lunches, and so they made a sort of ticket system so that everyone was anonymous. It's pretty cool. Similar programs
Nice.
came about in what's now Switzerland, Holland, and Germany, though in Germany, when a bill was introduced in the Reichstag in 1897 to provide school lunches in all cities, it
How
was
important are
defeated
these
because it was
pieces?
thought that free lunch would entice people to move into the already crowded cities. For a nationwide program, we must look to England.
We're just
where
going to
the
continue on and
Parliament
see what
passed
happens.
The Provision of Meals Act, which
I was able to mess with the other one and just use some of my extra ones to like make up for the fact that I can't find the other one. I can do the same thing here, but man, I don't want to, you know? Anyway.
aims at securing that for this purpose, suitable meals shall be available just as much for those whose parents are in a position to pay as for those to whom food must be given free of cost. And the meals tended to be quite nice, always including some sort of dessert, like a gypsy tart, a Manchester tart, a treacle pudding, or spotted dick. And I'm assuming that the school children of England found the name just as funny as I did. Spotted dick. Now here in the good old US of A, it took us a little bit longer to get to a widespread lunch program, but there were local programs, like in 1853.
Aw, thank you for the 500 bits. Good night,
Skelly.
Skelly.
Cheered.
I need to figure out how I can hear
Nighty
that.
night, everyone.
What is this about Dick? Yeah. Now that's an icebreaker. Depends if people died. Anyway, here's how you make the recipe. Exactly.
Children's Aid Society of New York opened a vocational school for children living in poverty, and their attendance came with a meal. There were also penny lunches served in a handful of high schools in Philadelphia and Boston, and later in New York City there were 3 penny lunches because the cost of living in New York City is outrageous. But these programs didn't seem to take off. Most kids got their lunch by either going home at lunch and getting a meal there, or bringing their lunch like I did when I was a kid. But the problem with that is that it leaves a lot of people out, i.e. all of the parents that aren't at home at lunch, or the parents who can't really afford to give their kid a meal to take to school. Then in 1904, Robert Hunter published a book called Poverty, which among other things pointed out that there must be thousands, very likely 60 or 70.
I remember as a kid, after the 2008 recession and both my parents lost their jobs, I remember going and getting a free lunch from the public school I was going to, and when it was like the first of the year, and I was like, okay, here's my lunch number, and she was like, oh, okay, cool. She's like, okay, you get a free lunch, and I'm like, cool. And she just laughed, and I didn't realize it until I grew up that, oh, I was really excited that we were not doing well financially. Oh, good times.
1,000 children in New York City alone who often arrive at school hungry and unfitted to do well the work required. He asked what's the point of truancy laws, which had become pretty standard, making the kids go to school if they are too hungry to actually learn while they're there. Also, I do think it's kind of funny that Robert Hunter, who spent his entire life concerned with poverty in America, ended up living in Montecito, California, which now is maybe the least impoverished place in the whole country. I mean, that's like the home of Prince Harry and Oprah. But it was because of that book and others from the time
that should be standard. I agree. 1000%.
Children. By 1912, over 40
every
cities
kid
had
should get
lunch
free
programs,
lunches.
often making lunches in central kitchens, then delivering them to schools around the city.
Invented hungry
but for those
children.
living in rural areas, a lot of the cooking was left up to the teacher.
The
Entered
teacher?
1916 book The Rural
That's so
School
interesting.
Lunch by Nellie Wing Farnsworth. She was of the opinion that the rural children actually had even a greater need for a hearty lunch than their city-dwelling counterparts, because the main meal on the farm was the midday meal, and while they were in school, they weren't at the farm to actually get it. Also, she says that they would have been extra hungry because many had to walk upwards of 6 miles uphill both ways in the snow. And she basically actually says that, and that's always what my grandpa used to say. I thought that's kind of funny.
That is very
Also, during
funny.
the winter, it might be so cold
We don't have
that
them
should a child
until
bring
it made
their
all the
lunch
kids
carried
hungry,
in a basket
exactly.
or pail, it is often frozen. When the pail
Free
or
lunch
basket
and it
is
was
opened, it
awesome.
is found to
Hell
contain
yeah.
cold pancakes, salt pork, cold potatoes, pie, and bottles of cold tea or coffee. Yes, coffee. It was not uncommon to give children coffee at the time, and I'm going to guess that a room full of over-caffeinated 8-year-olds really makes a teacher's job all that much harder. So it was determined that children should neither drink tea nor coffee, but milk, water, or cocoa. Even cocoa should not be served every day, as it provides a stimulant to many children. But since the kids were arriving at school with frozen food, it was actually up to the teacher to prepare a hot meal. This meant that they had to stock their classroom with, among other things, a 2-burner blue flame oil stove, a portable oven, a frying pan, kettles, egg beaters, and a 2-quart double boiler. Now that is a lot on a teacher's salary, but Miss Farnsworth had a solution. One rural school teacher had a shower, like a baby shower, but for school lunch. She basically went to the stores in town.
Go get ready, Phil, and come back to. Good night. Good night, Skunk. Thank you so much for popping in. Return to tradition, make teachers cook again. I would not trust my English teacher to cook for me. I don't blame you. As long as if I could man the double boiler, I'd do it.
Made up a list of all the things that she needed. She then sent invitations to all the mothers and women interested in the school, inviting them for a social afternoon and asking that each one bring with her one or more of the utensils which had been selected. And I would like to say that this is a relic of the past and how ridiculous, but since I come from a family of teachers, I know that it's not. Granted, it's not lunch and cooking items, but it is still like scissors and crayons and other things for the classroom that the teachers have to gather money to pay for. It's kind of ridiculous. Now, this book on rural school lunches really encourages that the kids eat together at a table rather than kind of going all over and eating, outside or whatever. This would encourage, among other things, better table manners. It would help their conversation skills, and my favorite reason, mothers will take more pains in putting up the lunch when they know that it is to be exhibited before the other pupils as well as the teacher. That is a mild public shaming to get mothers to send better quality lunches with their children. And so this was the status quo in the 19-teens and 20s. But then came the Great Depression. More children than ever were going hungry because their parents were all out of work, and so the parents couldn't afford the food that America's farmers were producing. So many problems.
Okay.
But one very elegant solution was school lunch. The New Deal allowed the federal government to buy up excess
put like a lot of
food
random
from the
things on
country's
it. You
farmers.
can't see it
Then
that
they
well,
sent
but
that food to school for children to eat, but instead of making the parents or teachers prepare the meal, they put those who were out of work into the kitchens, and thus was born the lunch lady.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is that the inspo that the reason why I think like we can get rid of oil and like tax like the H&R Block and all that those shits, if we were to like make taxes easy, we talked about this recently on stream. People are like, oh no, you're taking away jobs. The government's still gonna need people to fucking do taxes. Work for the government. Oh, take away oil industry, then, these people are gonna lose their jobs. Work for solar or something. I don't fucking know. Like, they're just different jobs. There's still gonna be jobs made. It's so stupid. Had paper shortage because the teachers couldn't band together and pay thousands of dollars worth of paper for the school instead of the school just paying for it. Naturally. I mean, that's just how it is. That's how the richest country in the world treats its teachers, the people that are teaching the next generation. I used to like dog on people I used to think like, oh, why are people so angry about everything? Like, why are these like young adults always so angry about everything? I get it now. I literally get it. Those cringe talking points you hear sometimes in like movies and shit from like your rebellious teenager, dude, they be spitting bars now. Like, I get it. Only exists because they lobby the fuck out of the government. Exactly. They just want, like, whose jobs are you taking away other than these fucking CEOs that just benefit off of, like, profits and underpaying the people that are already doing the tax work? Invest in renewables, exactly. It's like you see these feel-good headlines of celebrities paying off the school lunch debt, like, that they went to. There shouldn't be school lunch debt, so true. Obama promised to get rid of tax companies and just send you a finished bill. Thanks, Obama. Yeah, fucking Obama. Thanks, Obama. But my school is also involved in many scandals, not surprised. Probably some, like, embezzling and shit, too. Worst part is underfunded schools BS lead to more homeschooling, which is just legalized child abuse. I do think homeschooling is good for some kids, but dude, I'm gonna be so fucking real. I think we should limit homeschooling because some of these fucking homeschoolers are freaks. They don't know what the fuck, like, they don't know how to socialize, these poor kids. Like, they're just weird. I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to say that. I have a relative that's homeschooled. And she's weird. You guys should see my phone. FBI showed up a couple times? Okay, that sounds really scandalous. Switch oil rig workers to work at hydroelectric dam solar. Exactly. Thanks. It's not your fault if you're homeschooled. That's all I'm gonna say is it's not your fault. Like, there's like homeschool things where it's like, oh, well, like I like make fun of this person in my family that has been homeschooled occasionally. And she's like, I went to like Friday school for homeschool kids. Okay, you hung out with other weirdos. Like, I'm sorry. I'm very opinionated on that. I thought I was gonna homeschool my kid for a bit, but honestly, I just realized I can't let them do that. I can't do that to them unless like an occasion arises for it. Studying an article that actually infiltrated a neo-Nazi homeschooling program. Holy fuck! They had other parents using the lesson plan. Holy fuck! Yeah, homeschool. Whew, dude. The superintendent Quinn moved across the country the same week. $18 million disappeared. $18 million. Yeah, DM that shit to me on Discord. I would actually read that. That sounds fucking crazy.
It counts as a vegetable.
Now, one side
Wait,
effect
what?
was born, the lunch lady.
It counts as a vegetable.
Now,
wait,
one
what
side
counts
effect
as a
of this
vegetable, you
program
fuck?
was that much of the food that the children began to eat was meat heavy. A lot.
That's thunder. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Could you guys hear that? That was like really loud and lasted for a while. That's what she said. That's what your mom said about me when I came in her butt.
A lot more pork and beef
We can hear
because
that.
it was
It's
those
loud.
expensive ingredients that were
Fuck
in
you, crazy boy.
surplus. So our peanut butter and tomato soup was replaced with Salisbury steak.
Salisbury steak.
The American children were eaten high on the hog, and then World War II happened. Surpluses turned into shortages, and schools were subject to the same rationing as everybody else. And the school lunch cookbooks from this period seemed to include a lot of canned food. It also saw just the actual number of school lunches really dwindle, and the effects of this were quickly evident. And so once the war was over in 1946, Congress passed the National School Lunch Act, since, as President Harry S. Truman said, no nation is any healthier than its children or more prosperous than its farmers.
Cardboard.
So with decent budgets available for school lunches and school lunch infrastructure, the 1950s
Say
and
homophobic,
60s
but you can
saw
say
the
it, it's fine.
cafeteria become the standard model for handing out school lunches to students. It's also when classic school lunch foods like pizza,
You
fish
attack like a
sticks,
normal
and mashed
person.
potatoes served via ice cream scoop became popular fare. Of course, with public funds came a lot of lobbying on how to
I'm gonna
spend
lower
those
my
funds, and
mic
so
volume for a little bit while I like open these bags and sort all of these so that you guys can hear the video better.
how students ate was largely determined by what companies had the most influence in Washington. And so the 1970s saw chips and candy bars and vending machines make their way into the cafetoriums of America. Nutritional guidelines started to dip, and by the 1980s, they fell off a cliff. and this is the area that gives rise to the idea that America once considered ketchup a vegetable, which isn't actually true. It turns out that it was probably just something that somebody said in a meeting, maybe in jest, maybe not, but never actually became public policy. But even so, school lunch became increasingly privatized and the portions shrank, yet the calories grew, mostly due to just more added sugar. And that's why my mom always made me take my lunch to school, which was okay as long as I had a really cool lunchbox. But then Lunchables got really popular, and that was the cool thing to bring, and they didn't fit in my really cool lunchbox. So on those few occasions when I could convince my mom to spend money and buy me Lunchables, I had to decide between the Lunchables and the cool lunchbox, and usually I went with the Lunchables in a brown paper bag. These were the things that made me lose sleep when I was 8. But in recent years, it seems that the quality of the food in school lunches has actually started to go back up, and there has been a concerted effort to make them more...
Listen, I will say something. Dude, I went to a private school for a bit after, so I went to public school during the 2008 recession, and then went to a private school whenever my family got back on their feet. Literally just because the public schools that I went to, the system, so bad. I was so behind from all the other kids from my school. It's so bad. That is 1000% why I went to a private school for a little bit, and then I went back to a public school that we found was closer. But dude, that fucking private school's lunch, that shit was bangin'. Bye, Donkler. Thank you so much for popping in. It's always very fun to hear you, to see your words on the screen. You're very funny. That sounded sarcastic, I wasn't. They had the best fucking lunches, though. Like, good quality shit. They were cooking for, like, a lot less people, though, but, like, bro. Thunder's starting back up. Cousin brags about his homeschooling, that, like, he's smarter than everyone else in the family. Like, bro, your science book said God made dinosaur bones to test our faith. Dude, fucking for real, though. Ketchup is a vegetable in my book. That is why burger is a salad. Everything's a salad if you want to, like, think about it like that. I love salads. I'm ready for the flood headed my way. I want a Lunchable. I want to try a Lunchable. I had Anakin Skywalker Attack of the Clones lunchbox. Nice. They're probably also cooking. Also actually cooking. Oh yeah, they were like, I can't remember everything I got. The shit was expensive though too. It was like, it was pretty expensive. You spend like $6-7 like on lunch, like a full lunch there, which is not awful, but it's still like not great to do that every single day. But some of the people that went to my private school were really rich. My family was not. They just like literally spent as much money as they could towards that so that I actually had a decent education. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I've had Lunchables. It's just been a long time. I really want one though. Does that make sense? Like, I want to taste it again. There's like some things I taste that I'm like, oh, this shit was so good. And like, what's that one thing? Okay, I know y'all fucking have one. What is that one thing that you used to eat all the time as a kid and you tried it again recently and it fucking sucks? What is that? That fucking sucks. Mine would have to be like fucking zebra cakes or something, like those little Debbie zebra cakes. I eat those shits all the time. Those kind of fucking suck. Hey Connor, how are you? My brother-in-law works as the IT director for a small rural school district, and for Christmas one year he got me a box of rectangular school pizza. Oh my god. Was that as a joke? Meat, cheese, lettuce, bun, and salad. Oh my god. Cheese stuffed breadsticks, those rubbery concoctions were good. They tasted good, the texture was just off. Everything quality went down and prices went up. True. True, actually. 30 pieces left. Hey, that dude, he fucking made sure you had food always. Totina's pizza parties are pretty much the same. Oh, nice.
Nutritional, but I think that we're still quite a bit behind most other countries, especially France, who has like full-on meals for the kids with beef bourguignon and brie on freshly baked baguette. And they do it at a lower cost than we do. It's crazy. I don't know how they do it. But, you know, I don't have any beef bourguignon today, nor fresh baguette, but I do have some peanut butter and tomato soup and hermit cookies about ready to eat. So once your cookies are cooled, slap together a butter sandwich with Wonder Bread and you're all set. And here we are.
Oh my God.
From the Great Depression. So I gotta say the texture of this doesn't look particularly appetizing. It's kind of gloopy, but
gloopy?
It smells good,
Great.
So let's give it a try. Oh, those poor children. Honestly, it's not even that it tastes bad, because it doesn't taste bad.
Oui,
It
oui,
doesn't taste
baguette.
good.
Fish
I love
sticks.
tomato soup. I love peanut butter. Turns out those two flavors do not go well. They don't make
Who
a
would've
new
thought?
flavor. It's more like tomato soup and peanut butter fighting against each
Oh
other.
my God, Parschetti.
And nobody wins. Hopefully the hermit cookie will be a little bit better. These smell really, really good. Let's give it a try.
This dude does his own captions because he's like adding emoticons in the fucking captions. He had a smiley face and then he had like the arrow _ arrow whenever he tasted the other shit.
You can
Nice.
kind of tell
Love
from
this
a cookie
guy.
how it smells. Actually, that's really, really good.
Do you like fish sticks
It
in your mouth?
reminds me of
What?
like the flavor of a fruit cake almost, but obviously not the texture. It's like a much softer, chewy texture. I've seen recipes where they kind of spread out more. It's probably just a different quantities of butter and everything in there, but this is more of a chewy cookie, which I really like. Delicious. A- to these. If they had chocolate in it, it would have been an A+. So make sure to follow
Hell
me
yeah.
on Instagram, Tasting History with Max Miller, and I will see you next time on Tasting History. I'm going to finish this right now.
Fish sticks. I wonder why it tastes bad. That's just what they fucking used to eat. Medieval French toast. Let's do the how did World War II soldiers eat?
Few things improve.
I've been on a little bit of a war history binge, with Wendigoon's videos too, and I started watching All Quiet on the Western Front, like the new one. I didn't get to finish it. I started watching it with my brothers, but we got distracted, and then one of them is out of town again. So fuck you, that specific brother. Oh my God! Hey Decaf. Hello, Decaf. You confused Kanye by saying that joke? No. I haven't. I don't watch South Park. But the video a museum put out of a World War II kitchen is really cool. I'll have to look at that. Welcome to chat, Takoof. Taco of Doom. I thought that was Takoof. I don't know why. Or if it was like how my name came to be in one of my original nerdums. Nice. I've not had fish sticks in a long, long time either.
Troop morale better than a hot meal, even if the name of that hot meal kind of sucks. Like this favorite frontline breakfast from World War II, creamed dried beef on toast, better known as shit on a shingle. So
Creamed dry beef on toast. Me, when I Me when I come inside your girl. And we put the towel down underneath. Is that funny? Is that funny? Does that make sense? Is me when I come creamed fromunda on toast. Shit on a shingle. That is so funny. Clippable moment. Chip beef gravy, so dope. Come on a pile of chipped beef. Eating SOS when he was in the Navy. Holy shit on a shingle. Creamed chip beef is still served. It's one of the longest served military foods ever. I have no girl. Hi, you got this. Saying through tears.
Creamed dried beef on toast, better known as on a shingle. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for constantly supporting this channel, especially on videos like this that'll probably get demonetized because I keep saying on a shingle. This time on Tasting History.
He's censoring it. He's censoring it.
So I am releasing this video on
Let him say
Veterans
shit on a
Day,
shingle.
or Armistice Day, or Remembrance Day, depending on where you are. And every Veterans Day, I remember my grandpa, Gramps, who used to tell me stories about when he was in World War II. He was part of the medical corps, and he would tell me these stories about when he was over in England and France and even in Germany just after the end of the war. And I credit those stories with giving me my love for history, because here I am, a 7-year-old playing with his micro machines, and this old guy is telling me about stuff that happened to a 7-year-old so long ago. But the way that he told the stories was so engaging and made it so personal that I was entranced, and I just loved him.
I love this guy.
And so I guess you can kind of say that the reason that Tasting History is a thing is because of those stories that my veteran Gramps used to tell me. And so I figure what better way to honor my grandpa on this Veterans Day than to make a dish that he might have eaten when he was in the military, even if he very purposefully left it out of the stories he was telling his 7-year-old grandson. Because there was no way my grandpa would ever say the phrase on a shingle. Or as the recipe from the US War Department in 1944 called it, creamed dried beef, which for 6 gallons called for 7 pounds of dried beef, a pound of fat melted, flour, evaporated milk, water, and pepper. Separate beef into small pieces, mix melted fat and flour, stir until smooth. Mix milk and water, heat. Add gradually to flour mixture, stirring constantly. Add chipped beef and pepper. Heat to boiling point, reduce heat, and simmer about 10 minutes. Note, serve hot over toast. Now obviously, since this makes 6 gallons or 100 servings, I'm going to make a reduced quantity today. But I do think it's really interesting how they give the quantities in the original recipe. Besides pounds and gallons, they also measure in number 56 dippers. Like 1 pound of fat would be a half number 56 dipper, because you wouldn't often have a scale on hand when you were out in the field, but you would probably have the standard quart-sized number 56 dipper. And the writing on the dipper was so standard that you could use it to make measurements as well. Another book specifies 1 cup of liquid comes to the top of the date figure, 2 cups to the top of the manufacturer's letter, and 3 cups of liquid will come to the top of the US letters. I of course have no dipper, and I'm not making 6 gallons worth, so for a smaller portion, what you'll need is just over half a pound or 250 grams of chipped beef. So this is chipped beef or dried beef, and they come now in these little jars. You'll need 4 for this recipe. And it's basically ground, very salted beef that is then pressed into a form, dried, and then sliced very thinly. And when you open it, it kind of reminds me of the smell of a can of dog food when you open it. But
Time for that, I'm kissing you too.
Kind of.
Passion, there's nothing more charming than someone speaking
like this.
Yeah, passion and knowledge.
Yeah.
Stuff on a stick.
This is
stuff
what
on
you
a
need
shingle.
for this recipe. Then 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of fat.
Portable and easy,
This
you don't have
recipe
to
is
serve
not
the salt on
specific
it,
in
you
what
just
kind of
have it.
fat, but
Thank you so
in
much
the
for the
cook's manual
follow.
from 1910, which may be the earliest recipe for this dish, it
Yum,
says
dog food.
butter is preferred, so that's
The
what
writing's
I'm
on the
doing.
outside.
A heaping third cup or 40
Maybe
grams
sandwiches
of
that
flour,
we
1.5
catch
cups or
caterpillars and put them in
350
jars.
milliliters of evaporated milk, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of water, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, and a few slices of bread for toast. So the recipe from 1910, which was probably used during World War I, also includes parsley and uses beef stock. It also uses 15 pounds of chipped beef for 60 servings rather than 7 for 100 servings like the World War II version. So it was 4 ounces per serving, and then by World War II it was just over 1 ounce per serving. Just thought that was interesting.
Oh my
But to make
God.
the World War II version of SOS, chop the chipped beef into small pieces and then peel everything apart and put it into a bowl and soak it with some water. Some old recipes say that the beef is so salty that it needs to be scalded in boiling water. I don't think the modern version is as salty, so if you soak it for 15 or 20 minutes, that's going to be just fine. While it does, mix the evaporated milk and water together and heat it over low heat. Then separately melt the butter over low heat in a pot and add the flour and whisk together. Let it cook for about a minute, then slowly pour in the hot milk mixture. You want to constantly be stirring and let it cook for 3 or 4 minutes while it thickens. Then whisk in the pepper, then finally add the chipped beef. Then bring the pot to a boil and then turn the heat down so it just simmers for about 10 minutes, and it'll thicken up even more during that time. Now, one of the things that actually inspired me to do a video for Veterans Day was a conversation that I was having with an old friend that I used to know in
My
New York
grandpa
who
was short.
now runs a website called veteranlife.com. The site is dedicated to providing veterans and military families with different resources and benefits that they might not otherwise know of. And it actually also has a lot of wonderful things for civilians, because I am about as civilian as you can get, and yet I spent time on this site because they have a whole area of military history. I read a wonderful story about the Navy's ice cream barges from World War II. They were basically giant floating refrigerators in the Pacific that provided ice cream to the
Hell
sailors.
yeah.
And I think that that is going to have to be the topic for a video in the future. But for now, let's talk about the men who would have been making that ice cream, or more specifically, Donna Fingal.
Maybe being in the Navy
So whenever
wasn't
discussing
so
a
bad.
topic as large as American military cooking during World War II, there are
That's
so
how you know
many
it's good for you.
variables and situations that
Hot
there are
milk
going to be
mixture,
exceptions
that's
to
what I call her.
everything and
That's so
exceptions
much
to
trauma
the
from the war, but they don't
exceptions.
believe in mental
There was fighting
illness.
going on
I
all
know,
over the
right?
world, and there were different levels of preparedness at any given time. So
I know, right? Like, they just unfortunately don't get it.
even the military's best laid plans often went awry. But in general, this is what things should have been like if you were cooking in a field kitchen. Typically, each company of about 150 to 200 men would have their own field kitchen with maybe a half a dozen cooks. With some help, they could set up the entire kitchen in under 30 minutes. The goal was to have the kitchen close to the men that they were feeding, but depending on a lot of things, terrain, the proximity to the enemy, sometimes they could be 100 yards back or 10 miles back. The nice
Holy
thing about being
fuck.
further back is then they could often team up with 3 or 4 other kitchens to become a battalion-sized kitchen. Also being further back meant that they would be less likely to be the target of enemy fire, so that they could maybe do some cooking during the day, because if they were too close, then all the cooking had to be done before sunup and after sundown. Now, the kitchen could be anywhere from a nearby building to a tent to the back of a truck, but they all had the same equipment. Most important was the gasoline-powered M1937 range stove. It was very versatile and could perform all of the functions of any stovetop and oven in a normal kitchen. They were, of course, rather compact, but usually a company had 2 or 3 that they could work with. And one training video from World War II said,
If you lose your oven, take a couple of barrels, cover them with clay, and bake your bread.
Now, some of the other equipment included large immersion heaters that could heat up a barrel or even a huge tub of water rather quickly, that could be used then for cleaning dishes or for making food and for taking a hot bath, preferably using new water. And speaking of water, when it came to drinking water, it needed to be purified and then was kept in a Lister bag. This was meant to distribute purified water for up to 100 men. Then there were Mermite cans. These were insulated containers, usually 7 gallons, and meant to hold 3 or 4 inserts. Like a giant thermos, they kept things hot or cold and were often used when the kitchen was far from the front
For some
line.
mac and
Food could be
cheese.
prepared at the kitchen and then put into
Violent
the
baby
containers, into the
boomers.
Mermite can, put on a truck, and brought to the front line to serve the men. But if you were doing this, you really wanted to pay attention to which Mermite can you took, because some were labeled with ETO blood bank, with blood meant for transfusions given near the front lines. Mixing those up would be a mistake you would not make twice. But assuming that you got the right can, what kind of meals are you loading them with? Well, officially, you have very little say in it. Especially starting around World War II, there was a big push to make sure that the troops were getting enough of the right minerals and vitamins, and so dishes and entire menus were created by nutritionists back in Washington. And in one video from 1943 about the nutrition program, they talk about how they started out by examining the diet of the enemy armies. The Japanese were supposed to have extreme energy given to them by a simple handful of rice, and
The Nazis are supposed to have a Superman vitamin pill.
Well, the attempt at replicating the effects of this pill with mere vitamins did not really work, because actually this superhuman pill was something called Pervitin, which had methamphetamine that would give the Germans a lot of energy if short-lived. Some say that the Blitzkrieg...
Yep. Have you guys seen that video of Hitler tweaking on meth at the Olympics? The Olympic Games. It's I used to work with that USPS, always took my vitamins for good health. Hell yeah. He knows what he's talking about.
It couldn't have happened without Pervitin.
Let's see if I can find it. If I just look up Hitler tweaking. Adolf Hitler compilation. Wait.
Much is known about Adolf Hitler. He was vegetarian, partial to the toothbrush mustache, and a failed artist. But as the new bestseller Blitzed reports in incredible detail, Hitler was also a hardcore closet junkie.
Yeah, him rocking back and forth. Amphetamines were the drug of World War II, not just in the Axis powers either. I'm not surprised. If you guys want to watch like a really interesting yet sad video, Wendigoon does this video on called Tokyo Rose. That shit is sad. Shut up, Jason. Tokyo Rose's fucking story is so sad. It's just sad. Anyways, trading texture amphetamine for SpaghettiOs. Also a tweet saying he was just stimming and not on meth.
Ingesting mass amounts of narcotics for much of World War II, as was most of the Third Reich.
How do you know that Hitler was on drugs?
In Germany, we keep records of everything, and I was fortunate enough to find the records, the notes of Theo Morel, who was the personal physician of Hitler.
Is there a certain aspect of it that's like a Rorschach test? Like it requires, like what does it say about you that you looked at that evidence and you're like, oh, it's totally drugs?
As a novelist and as someone being partly socialized in Berlin in the 90s,
Go on.
drugs certainly are not as alien to me in my field of work or life or research as they might be for a
Hitler was racist too.
historian in a small German or British town. So maybe it had to be an out-of-the-box person to go that to approach it that way.
Dr. Morel was a well-paid celebrity doctor of the 30s who was a pioneer in treating people with vitamins. He was the sort of man who, when the war started, designed himself a fantasy uniform with a lavish...
Perhaps, listen, one of Nazi Germany's criticisms of the United States was that it was okay for Black Americans to be Olympic athletes but not have equal rights. Maybe he was right. He was right. A broken clock is right twice a day. So I don't know. Chocolate. Jesse Owens, yeah. I've heard about the one with Jesse Owens, but vitamins. Clip it and ship it. I was like trying to phrase it so it wasn't just me being like, maybe Hitler was right. Like I was trying to make sure I said it so that it wasn't easy to like do that.
SS belt buckle that the SS forced him to remove.
It was an important part of the Führer cult to portray Hitler as a teetotaler who wouldn't even drink coffee, who wouldn't smoke a cigarette, no alcohol, no meat. The problem started in 1941 in August.
But amphetamines are fine.
He became sick, and Morale gives him a hormone injection and gives him an opiate for the first time. 43, when he gets an opiate called Oikodal, which is very strong, stronger than heroin, with a very strong euphoric making effect.
Spain in modern day
Germany,
Germany,
which Hitler was mainlining. But the Führer wasn't the only one who was high during the war.
There's a lot to be found on the meth abuse by the German army. Methamphetamine reduces your need to sleep and also reduces your fear.
See, this is why the Russian sleep experiment is like reasonable in my head. I know Russia and Germany aren't the same, but still. Hey, Duct Tape Good, it's so good to see you again. How do we go from tiny houses to Hitler? Did you not know that Hitler lived in a tiny house? He had a compostable toilet. You gotta be mean, Squishy. Be mean, Squishy.
This actually happened before the attack on France, for the campaign in the West. 35 million dosages of methamphetamine were being shipped to the tank troops. The West was sure that any army in the world, this is just what
part of his
human
vegetarian
nature is,
lifestyle,
has to rest at night, which the Germans just didn't do.
The mess that was so successful in early campaigns would eventually fail them later. And in 1944, when the Brits bombed the factories that made the drugs, Hitler and his doctor found themselves at odds.
So we all know what happened to Hitler, but what actually happened to Hitler's doctor?
Morale at one point writes in 45 that he's sending 2 of his aides on motorcycles through bombed-out Berlin in order to find pharmacies that still had drugs in vain, when he cannot even give Hitler a strong drug on Hitler's birthday, April 20th, 1945. Hitler fires him a few days later.
But does painting Hitler and his cronies as drug addicts humanize the Nazis?
It's very important to realize that the politics, the planning, has nothing to do with drugs. Drugs were used later on in the war effort, but would drugs
Why is that even a question?
Lessen the responsibility? And my conclusion is no.
I guess it has to be a question because there's fucking neo-Nazis out there that will take that at face value, or young impressionable kids take that at face value and are like, oh well, since they did drugs, Hitler was just a confused person. He just didn't know what he wanted, so he just manic episode like did the Holocaust, you know? Tiny houses, tiny peen having Hitler, so true. Pardon my French. Anyways, that's all I wanted to, well, I wanted to find that video of him, okay, Olympics. I'm not clicking the Joe Rogan clip. What the fuck? Analog horror moment.
After the fanfares of the Olympic opening comes the most amazing performance by America's black streak Jesse Owens in the 100 meters. The world's most superb runner makes the others look as if they're walking, as he wins the final and equals the world's record time. This and his later victory in the long jump may well be the athletic performances of the century. And now the final struggle is on in the women's javelin throwing. And here's little Sadako Yamamoto of Japan, with a name that spells trouble for commentators and a throw that just falls short of the 40-meter line. But in the end, it's the German girls who leave the rest of the world behind. Louise Kruger, and she's well over the 40 line.
Okay, that was pretty
But
impressive.
the eventual winner is Tilly Fleischer, with a superb throw of 148 feet 4 3.
148 feet, what? I just want to see him tweaking. I just want to see him tweaking. I don't think this is it. Imagine footage in color. I can't find it. Fuck. Ignore
I was watching
this.
a video of Hitler tweaking.
Ignore
Hitler's on speed,
this.
he did a lot of speed.
Yeah.
Ignore this.
1936
Is
Olympics
this
and
gonna even
shit,
show
and it's
it?
like-
Is it even gonna show it? Here it
Yeah,
is.
I was-
Thank God. Okay, he shows it. Oh yeah, here it is. He's just so energetic. I mean, like, what's the issue? Dude. This shit's wild. He's just stimming. Chill. Oh my god.
Because some soldiers had to stay
I
up
can't.
for days at a time. But while vitamin B might have not replicated the effects of Pervitin, the military did put together a top-notch diet plan for the cooks out in the field to follow. Menus for dinner could
Anyways.
include chicken a la king with lyonnaise carrots and
Yes, I have. That person was like in front of like a bunch of squishmallows, and they were like, "I'm reincarnated as Hitler," or they didn't even say it out loud, but like, I've done bad things in the past. I have a birthmark and that shows how I died in my past life. It's like
an apricot upside down cake for dessert. And all of the ingredients would be dried or salted or otherwise preserved and shipped all
Upside
the
down
way
cake.
from the US to the front lines all over the world. But of course, most of these ingredients never actually made it to where they were going, or at least not in a timely fashion, so you didn't have everything at once. So the field cooks usually had to cobble something together with what they had available. Though depending on their location, that could be something pretty nice depending on where you were. When the 10th Mountain Division was in Italy in 1945, Corporal John Stone said, "We used lots of fresh Italian ingredients, as much as we could, no matter what we were cooking. We also learned to cook a lot of pizza. This woman and
Hell
her daughter,
yeah.
they taught us how to do it right. You made do with what you had." And
Hell
many
yeah.
times, that actually meant field rations. Basically, if you were near the front, at least one meal a day was going to be pre-packaged field rations. And for some troops, it could be every meal, every day,
A lot of
for
Hitler
days or
cosplayers.
even weeks on end.
Do they all
Now, I
move
wanna do
like
a whole
him?
video
What?
on the field
Oh my
rations of
God.
World War II and how they evolved into the modern MRE, or meal ready to eat. And actually, I should try to do that with Steve
Like a-
MRE, who
Just-
actually
he was
eats
tweaking.
these old foods. So I'll put a
Probably.
link to where you can watch him eat actual rations from World War II.
I do
But
not
since
wanna
it was
watch
part of
that.
a cook's job to make sure that everyone had the field rations that they would need, we should touch on it now. So there were lots of types of field rations that you could get depending on where you were and at what point during the war you were at. But between 1942 and 1945, the two most common were the C ration and the K ration. The C ration was 3 meals, each made up
Steve
of an
Marie,
M unit or meat unit.
Will you
and
try
a
them
B
on
unit, which
stream? If they're vegetarian, I'll eat them. Jason, if they are vegetarian, I will eat them. Crazy boy, come on. This dude is super passionate about military food. Sounds like your kind of guy. Field rations are atrocious. MREs these days. That is funny that there's vegetarian ones, I'll be honest.
was the bread or dessert. The M unit was the main dish. You could have
Can I
beef
just
stew
say,
with
okay, I'm so sorry to say this. Can I just say that I really appreciate you guys, because I'm so stupid and I go through like these phases of like just weird videos that I want to watch, and you fuckers are like watching them with me. That's just crazy in my head. It's fun. It's like we're having a sleepover and you guys are just telling me interesting shit. I'm having a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all. Vegetarian chat, rise up, hell yeah. Vegetarian virgin could be cobbled together. Yeah. He's eaten World War I, Civil War food. Food poisoning a couple of times, holy fuck. Thank you so much for the follow, Witch of Pride. Like the things that I'm interested in, I feel like aren't like a, I don't know, maybe like a common thing for like people, like common combination, or like at least all people, or at least a lot of alt people. And sometimes if alt people are interested in World War II, you might need to check their house for Nazi memorabilia. That shit's crazy. I watch these anyway. Well, yeah. I used to watch weird videos and not do it alone. Same videos I see on my own. Well, I like that you guys are also interested in it. It's you. If gore was allowed, I'd probably be watching people dying in gore just to hang out with you and be traumatized together. Oh my god, no. No gore. What are we doing? Hey, Daybreak. We are making the Lego Titanic set. And this is like the beginning pieces of like the final third of it. So I've had 2/3 done. And we're watching a video about what did World War II soldiers eat from Tasting History. So we've been, it's a little bit of a Mod Podge of a lot. Episodes the most extreme since absolute banger as a kid. Ooh, what's it about? Just the most extreme shit, obviously. Old MREs used to come with cigarettes. That's so funny. Ready boo or weiraboo. Make some herbs worse now again though. What the fuck does that mean, Salt? Wearaboos. What are those? Let's do it. Hello from South Africa. Welcome, welcome. Wait, I need to figure out what a wearaboo? I'll just continue to let the video
Peas,
roll.
or a canned meat and vegetable stew.
Called
At the beginning
World
of the
War
war, there
II?
was pretty much
Ooh.
only different stews. But later on, you might have
You
meat
are
and
goth.
spaghetti and tomatoes.
I'm whatever the fuck ever. I just dress how I like. Goth is what I usually go with though.
Beef stew with peas.
Oh
or
wait.
a canned.
Oh my. Who? Rhodesia, a white supremacist nation that doesn't exist anymore. Wearaboo. Oh my god! I didn't even realize that was like a real thing. Holy fuck. That had palm malls. World War II Sims. Ew. That's so cringe. You wanna know something sad? Is that I really want to learn a language so bad, and me and Jamie were talking about learning a language together whenever we move in together, and because we'll have just more time to do it. But he knew German in high school, and because his grandfather knew German, and he went to Germany a lot, because he was a doctor and worked there. I need to ask him more about that because that's really interesting to me. But it's so unfortunate with him being a metalhead and also like bald, because I want to learn German because I think that'd be fun, and since he's already like so good at it, it'd be fun to for him to pick it back up again. I already get a lot of people calling him a Nazi in my TikTok comments sometimes. So, just because of how he looks, so I don't want to exacerbate it. So we're going to try to learn Spanish and then do German. Just so it's like, oh, well, we're already multilingual. Can you poke your nose a little bit more, please? Real thing, there's collectors that fall into that. Think tanky, but for these countries, yeah, I don't like it. Just learn a language is not hard. In America, learning Spanish is the most practical. That's why we've decided to learn that too. Not only Spanish, but French. I'm not doing French. First of all, French people are nice. Like the ones that I've met. Okay, just Mimi Cherry in here. But other than that, they just seem very rude, and I would like to go to France one day, but they seem rude. And it's also a really hard language, and they're very pretentious there. Is he one? No, he's not. He's not a Nazi. He fucking hates Nazis. Everybody hates Nazis. Normal people hate Nazis. He's a Nazi. It's because he like fits the qualifications of a skinhead because he's like an alternative guy and he's bald and he's like into he's in a band and a metal band, especially like a heavy metal band. Nazi subculture can like seep into that and you have to be very aware and like notice all the dog whistles. But a lot of these kids are like literally have only ever been like in an alt scene on TikTok, so they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know that Sharps exists, which is Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice, and it's a new movement that's reclaiming the origins of being a skinhead and being just bald, because Nazis actually took that from African American punk culture. So you goth? I don't give a fuck. I'm whatever the fuck. Sure, I'm goth. All my homies say Nazis. German is hard because there are different words for the word the. You have to memorize which words are masculine and feminine. I mean, that's how it kind of is in Spanish. Lots of languages have gendered nouns, yeah. New girl, it's old as hell. Not new, you know what the fuck I mean. Well, I mean like new for fucking TikTok, fuckers. Access to TikTok, the kids need to outside for real, so true. Per se Jamaican. Okay, I'll read more into it. Make sure I don't get anything wrong. Neuter is neither masculine or feminine. We have neuter and gender English. But like so far, German has more Latin-based languages. I've learned like Spanish and one masculine word for single. What I'm trying to say. No, I don't have tattoos. It's an animal show by Animal Planet's unique characteristics. I think I've seen that video. I think I've actually seen that show, Squishy. I'm not joking. I would like to watch that. Anti-racist skin has pretty much have always been a movement. Yeah, but honestly, I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I don't have much of an alt scene, especially where I'm at. I went to fucking the city that Jamie lives in, and I like went to a punk show, and I was like, people are actually like alt here. Like, it was so nice and refreshing, but I did not know that fucking Sharps were a movement. I didn't think any of that guy that was bald was like a skinhead, but I didn't know Sharps specifically was a movement. Why don't you have tattoos? I was with my parents, and they do not allow me to get tattoos without getting, without paying rent. So right now I'm just living free at the house with my parents. Good night, Ryan. German is way harder than Spanish with gendered pronouns. Fair. Oh, Iron Granny, thank you so much for the tier 1. 10 months, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All languages are confusing as fuck if it's not your native language. So true. Got my first tattoo at 30. Get them if and when you want them. I really want them. It's also just like, if I spent so much money on them, I would also be paying rent, and that's just dumb. Why not wait till I can like afford rent? And also, like, tattoos are fucking expensive. It's a luxury. It is not like a requirement at all, especially to be alt. So straight edge scene in punk. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with the straight edge scene, but it looks like it. It's the rules for ink. Just wait. Yeah, exactly. Don't rush to get tattoos. True.
Meat
God, Jason,
and vegetable
goodbye,
stews.
crazy
At the
boy.
beginning of the war, there was pretty much only different stews, but later on, you might have meat and spaghetti and tomato sauce, eggs and potatoes, or pork and beans. Then the
eggs
B
and
unit had
potatoes.
some hardtack. Though it was supposedly softer and easier on the teeth than that of previous wars, the biscuits being made of soybeans, wheat, egg, and lard.
What do you taste, biscuit?
Then there'd be some coffee powder or sometimes lemon drink. Then there'd be some sugar,
Lemon
salt,
drink.
maybe chocolate, and often cigarettes and gum. All told, the 3 meals provided 3,700 to 3,800 calories per day and could be eaten cold, but were better when they were cooked. Now, the sea ration was a good amount of food and was quite varied, but it was heavy. And so if you were remote or a paratrooper, you would get the K ration. They weighed less, partly because they had less calories. They had 2,830 calories per day and were supposed to be much less edible. Things like the fatty pork loaf and the maltose and dextrose tablets would often just get thrown out by the troops. The thing is, the K ration was meant to be used for no more than 5 days.
At 19 found out that I still want tattoos at 33. If I value experiences more at the moment. Yeah, that's totally valid. Honestly, true. I have a thigh piece coming up this month. Hell fucking yeah. Get a 1 to 2. I get 1 to 2 a year now, yeah. I have way more piercings than tack because it's cheaper, and honestly, if I change my mind, I can take it out. True. I think the first thing I do when I move out is fucking... Honestly, for a while, it's like, oh, I don't know if I'd get a bridge right away whenever I move out. Because, like, they're a big commitment for, like, you know, a facial tattoo, you know? And they could rip out a little... I've seen people rip theirs out a little more than other piercings. But honestly, I think that'd be the first piercing I get. Well, no, the first facial piercing I want to get is, like, I want to do this so bad. I've been wanting to do this for fucking years. I want to get just a double nostril and just have a chain between the fucking... I just want that constantly on my face. I don't want to have to worry about fucking gluing it on. Ah! Fruit barrels, fuck, hell yeah. What is... Most sharps in my era, tatless, pierceless, polo wearing, straight edge vegans, and are the most punk. Yeah, I think that's what makes you the most punk too, though. So people trying to be rebellious. Yeah, there's definitely rules on people trying to be rebellious. True to oneself is the most punk rock. True. Get a face tattoo? I would not be opposed to it. Thank you for the follow, Bimbo. I would not be opposed to it if I got covered. Like if I had a decent amount of tattoos before, I would not mind getting a face tattoo. I just don't know what it would be, you know? Like, I don't have anything that I like that I'm like, oh, I want that on my face. Or I'd be comfortable with that being on my face. Maybe like a flower. I don't know. I better get going to bed for now. I need to get to bed. I'll be back for movie night. Nice. I'll see you tomorrow. Just go to an APP shop, please. I got a bridge once and I had to take it out as soon as I left the shop. It was so bad. Yeah, I think I actually have a couple connections at a place, one of the better shops in the city I'm going to move to. Also, due to a nose change, you'll need your nostrils to be healed, just so you know. I figured... and I'm totally fine with that. As long as it's easier than healing a fucking industrial, I'm all good with waiting until it's healed. No. Tattoos to be dark and edgy make old people angry. Give me a SpongeBob, so true. Teardrop! Tattoo Jamie on your face? I would. Fuck the rules. I'm not covered yet. My next biggie might be both my hands tatted. I mean, if you're fairly covered, or if you have a fair amount of tattoos, you know? So Jamie can always smooch you. Aw, that's sweet. Can decide on anything. I have a good idea of like a lot of the tattoos that I want right now. I don't know how I'm gonna like fill it up or where the placement's gonna be, but I figured I'd cross that when I get there. Centipede. Well, that one's not gonna be my first one. First one's gonna be, listen. I know it's basic as fuck. If you're like on a certain part of TikTok, I don't even care. The fucking like two-headed calf poem, it makes me cry a lot. I love that poem a whole lot. I love animals so much. I want a two-headed calf tattoo, like as my first tattoo. And then there's also like another poem that I recently found that's about a one-eyed cat. I want that. I want a one-eyed cat now. Fighting all the chat. Can I fight people who disrespect you in the chat? I mean, there's nobody really disrespecting me in chat. I feel like I could get punched in the face. You could. I mean, you are built different. If I had to have it to get a steady job before going to think about it, yeah. And then I'm gonna get a centipede at some point. I just love centipedes. And then, y'all, there is going to be a fucking inside joke whenever I get this tattoo. Y'all know, y'all are gonna fucking yell at me. Y'all know that I love My Little Pony, like secretly. I mean, not even secretly. It's just like something I'm passionate about, like saying that I like. I saw somebody else say that they got a fucking cutie mark, which is the little mark on their like on their haunches, on the horse's haunches. So it's like on their butt or hip. So like right here. I'm gonna get 3 butterflies done in like a cool style. It's not gonna be like the actual. I want to get Fluttershy's cutie mark, but with 3 butterflies on my butt. But it's gonna be done in a style that you wouldn't recognize it unless I told you. That's why I got it. I think that's hilarious. Honestly, I think that's funny as fuck. Don't get when I feel like you've not really grasped the reason behind tattoos. You said you're from South Africa. I think they have a different culture behind tattoos. In America, the tattoos are definitely becoming a lot more acceptable and not as necessarily a negative thing. The older people still do think it is. I'm pissy. I very understand what I'm doing. Show mine if you want to. Tattoos aren't about decorating your body. Well, then what are they about? I have a dog's name tattooed on my chest. Also another tattoo that I'm gonna get. That is my dog's nose. I want to get Charlie's nose, like dog nose, put on the back of my calf because he'll like do what my family calls a drive-by, and he'll just like go touch his nose on his like wet nose on your calf. And me and my brothers, I think, are gonna get that. Face on your nose, I will. Get it in cyber sigil style? I've thought about it, but it just depends on what the style of all my other tattoos. But the cyber sigil style would be really cool. Neurodivergent Slampies. Do you like the song Centipede by Night Party? I don't think I've listened to that. Marry all my dogs pit built skull because my pit dogs were pits. Tattoos as well as free average. I'll get a tattoo that says nut. It had peanut, cashew. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I play mean this tag. The one that matches my ex, dude. Fuck. Matching tattoos, I think, are kind of nice. I'll be honest. Tattooing their calves and not even own farms. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just tattooing someone else's random cows. Or just because they look nice, they don't have to mean anything. I 1000% agree, but honestly, I like things with meaning too, so. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, this is after my mom. She loved coffee. I got a coffee tattoo because I love my mom. I don't like Among Us. Most of mine have meaning. I use them as a way to say goodbye, but just getting art that you like is completely valid. That's exactly how I feel. Chicken nugget tattoo story. Went to McDonald's and one chicken nugget was just suspiciously shaped suspiciously like Among Us. Nice. Meaning, but something for art is just nice. Yeah, that's why I want a centipede tattoo. They look cool as fuck. I love centipedes for how they look. We sleeve in a bunch of different meanings, so fuck it, hell yeah. Chicken nugget, I'm just doing my task. My tattoos have meaning. mean, I had the money, I didn't mind needles. So fucking true. Okay, we're gonna stream elements clearly broken. I have not unfollowed you once. You liar.
But there are stories of soldiers living almost exclusively off of them for weeks at a time.
Where the fuck
One
is
unit
this?
known as Merrill's Marauders lived almost exclusively on K rations for 5 months in Burma. And after 5 months of fatty pork loaf every day, imagine how happy they would have been to walk into a field kitchen and be offered something like a plate of hot on a shingle.
Shit
so once
on a
everything is
shingle.
simmered for about 10 minutes,
Good
toast your
callback.
bread and then ladle the creamed beef onto the toast and serve. And here we are, World War II creamed dried beef.
Hey, Master
Spraying
Tricon, how
around
are you?
here
Welcome,
on,
welcome.
On the shingle, because I feel like they gotta go together.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I do know that tattoos have different meanings all around the world. Like in Japan, people still think that tattoos have a negative meaning and they're associated with gang members. But in America, they're definitely more of like celebrating art and just having art permanently on your body. Fair enough. My grandpa makes it sometimes. I kind of want to try it, but I obviously... I need a source for my shit. Even the name cream beef doesn't sound incredibly appetizing. I don't know what a shingle is. Does art is a subjective word as well? Yeah. A slang for a piece of toast, yeah.
All right, here we go.
I would like to try it. I need some vegan or vegetarian beef at least.
Oh, not bad. All right.
All right.
It needs the shingle. The toast is really necessary for the texture because once the toast kind of had softened, the texture of the actual beef, it's not terribly pleasant. It's just kind of chewy. That said, the flavor of the whole thing, not that bad. In fact, it actually reminds me of the gravy that my grandpa used to make, though he would put it over biscuits, and it was made with bacon fat. So if you want to make this with bacon fat...
Listen, that's how I make my biscuits, but with no bacon fat. In fact, I get to make biscuits and gravy, sausage and gravy, biscuits, sausage and gravy with James this weekend. I'm so excited. Literally, I mostly only make it with him, but dude, I introduced him to fucking gravy. He loves that shit now.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Thank you for the, or not thank you, what the fuck? Hello, Nukem. Welcome. Don't think that be bad if you season the cream part nicely, yeah. Fuck what others think your thoughts have some, it's your thoughts. I have some tattoos that are certain part of an early 1940s would have loved, but if you see it that way, you get to punch you. Whites have excuse for me, but Hindi culture isn't drawing just significance in life, yeah, that it starts with an age. Think that bad if you military foods look interesting. We might continue. We're gonna do some more food history tonight. There's some
It is quite good. That said, the flavor is good. It could use more spice, probably, some more pepper. I mean, it's a pretty small amount of pepper for that quantity that they used. So you could add more pepper. You're not being rationed, hopefully. What I would think is actually really good is just a different meat, like ground up sausage or cut up bacon or something like that. Something that just the texture is a little more pleasing to the palate. That said, when you compare it to a lot of military foods, it's not that bad, especially the older military foods out in the field. This one, I could see looking forward to it. Anyway, if you are a veteran or in the military or a part of a military family or just interested in military history and lifestyle, make sure to visit veteranlife.com.
Keep popping my sternum. Hardtack and Hellfire Stew.
The age-old question.
I keep seeing this fucking clip from in all of his videos where he talks about hardtack.
And what the heck do you do with hardtack? Because biting into it ain't in the cards. Well, during the American Civil War, they'd make Hellfire Stew. A big thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as I test the strength of
Hellfire
my teeth
Stew
and my
is
stomach
terrible.
with Hellfire Stew from the American Civil War.
Oh
This
my
time
God.
on Tasting History. So one of the main ingredients in Hellfire Stew is hardtack. And as it happens, last year I made some hardtack and I still have quite a bit left over, so that's what I'm going to be using. Now this is actually called a ship's biscuit. They are one and the same. Hardtack was a term that was used later during the American Civil War. There are differences between this version and what would have been used in the Civil War. This one is based off of what would have been made in the British Navy in the 19th century, and there are a few differences. First of all, the shape. This was meant to be kept in barrels, whereas Civil War hardtack was meant to be kept in boxes, so it was square to make it easier to ship. Then there's also the size, mostly in how thick it is, because these tended to be 4 to a pound, these tended to be between 8 and 10 to a pound. Then the last difference is all whole wheat, not as much whole wheat, and that's about it. Essentially, they're the same though, especially for our purposes. So I'm gonna use a little bit of both. But I'm guessing that the year-old hardtack will actually taste better because, like a fine wine, hardtack gets better with age, or if not gets better,
Who told
then
you
at
that?
least develops in taste on account of the worms. I
The
have often seen
worms?
hundreds, nay thousands, shaken out of a single...
Nerdum, the Civil War, I still make hardtack every year. Why do you do that? One time I bit into hardtack by accident. What the fuck? Is hardtack like bread? Yeah, hardtack that stays dried out will be good for 50 plus years. No, think saltine, but thick. Why Wendy's had square patties? Developed a taste for it? Huh. Can't buy it without preparing to eat it or you'll literally break your teeth? Yeah.
biscuit. We in the cabin have, however, an easy remedy for this, by baking it in an oven not too hot, which makes them all walk off. But this cannot be allowed to the ship's people, who must find the taste of these animals very disagreeable, as they every one taste as strong as mustard. Sadly, no worms found their way into my hardtack, so I will just have to pretend. Now today's recipe comes from the diary of William Bircher, who was a drummer boy in the 2nd Regiment Minnesota Veterans Volunteers. When, as was generally the case on a march, our hardtack was broken into small pieces in our haversacks, we soaked these in water and fried them in pork fat, stirring well and seasoning with salt and pepper, thus making what was commonly called a hell-fired stew. Pretty darn simple, as is most of the food that they were eating, but we will go into that later. But for this recipe, what you'll need is some pork grease. Now they would have had several options for pork fat. First and most common was salt pork, but sometimes they did get cured bacon, so that's what I'm going to be using. 1, because it's going to taste better, and 2, because then you don't have to get rid of all the salt. A bit of salt and a bit of pepper, and of course hardtack, which is just flour, water, sometimes a little bit of salt that is baked until it's rock hard. And like I said, I did this a year ago and I made a video on it, so if you want to learn how to make the hardtack, I will put a link to that in the description. And as it happens, last year that video was sponsored by the Great Courses Plus. And this year's video is sponsored by Wondrium, which used to be the Great Courses Plus. So big surprise here, I love learning. And whether I'm cooking in the kitchen or playing with
Wait, was he playing?
Sometimes end up in history on Wondrium. They have an extensive library of educational videos.
I thought he had
No
Legos.
harm, no foul. Basic of their Union and Confederate soldiers.
What is this still?
One of the lectures,
Fuck.
and of course, history. There's this great lecture series called The American Civil War. And in one
Fuck
of the
you,
lectures on
bitch.
prisoner
I want to
of war
hear
camps,
this.
I learned that Union and Confederate soldiers would sometimes end up in the POW camp of their own side. And I was like, what? Well, it all came down to prisoner exchanges. Basically, if we had 100 prisoners and you had 100, then you'd swap and no harm, no foul. But if one side had more than another, then those extra prisoners would sign a pledge not to return to the battlefield. Sometimes they'd go home, but sometimes they would be held in their own side's prison until they had other prisoners that they could exchange. Ain't that a kick in the pants? And for more kicks in the pants, or at least interesting tidbits like this, you can start your free trial of Wondrium
Sorry,
today by
I wanted
clicking
to
the link
listen
in
to
the
that.
description, or just visit wondrium.com/tastinghistory. Now let's get pounding up this hardtack. So you're not looking to bust this up into flour per se, but you want it fairly fine. Maybe a few larger pieces, but you want it pretty fine so it will thicken. Best thing to do is to stick it in a bag and hit it a few times with whatever blunt instrument you have on hand. Okay, so they both took some pounding.
Is your camera more zoomed in? I mean, it has to be a little bit closer. This is as far back as I can be. I moved the camera from last time, so. Can't be sold in stores, but people aren't going to buy it. Hardtack doesn't taste great, yeah. Good morning, Ozzy. So, made it unnecessary. Now you can get free shred stuff.
But the year-old chips biscuit was
really
a heck
bad.
of a lot harder, and I don't know if it's because of the age.
Crazy boy, you should make hardtack.
It is thicker, but that took a lot of work. It's kind of crazy how hard this stuff is, but not for long, because you're going to put it into a bowl and pour some water over it, and in just a couple minutes it'll soak it up and be softer. Now, the soldiers ate this hardtack so much that they quickly got sick and tired of it. And one of the ways that they would vent their frustration was to write parody lyrics to other popular songs about how much they hated hardtack. One was the Stephen Foster song, Hard Times. Let us close our game of poker, take our tin cups in our hand, while we gather round the cook's tent door, where dry mummies of hardtack are given to each man. Oh, hardtack, come again no more. 'Tis the song of the soldier, weary, hungry, and faint. Hardtack, come again no more. And the author of our recipe, the drummer boy, lamented, our hardtack were very hard. We could scarcely break them with our teeth. Some we could scarcely fracture with our fists. But he said that it did furnish quite a bit of nourishment once they could figure out how to get to it by doing things like making hellfire stew. Thus we saw what truly vast and unsuspected possibilities resided in this innocent-looking 3.5-inch square hardtack.
Thank you for the alert.
3 made a meal and 9 were a ration, and this was what fought the battles for the Union. Pretty good endorsement as long as it is edible. And to do that, it's going to take some pig grease. So heat up your grease and then add the soaked hardtack into the pan, sprinkle a little salt and pepper on it, and stir it around until it browns. It only should take a couple minutes, which is plenty of time to hit the like button, make sure you're subscribed to Tasting History, and listen to me talk to you about what else a Civil War soldier might eat.
Hell yeah. Tell me, Matt.
Now, any talk of what a Civil War soldier might eat comes with a whole barrel of caveats. Were you an officer? Were you Union or Confederate? Where in the country were you fighting? What time of year was it? And how far into the war was it? And of course, were you wounded or captured? Last year I did a video on what you might eat in a Union hospital, and frankly, it was not too bad food compared to what everybody else was getting. On the other end of the spectrum, if you were in Andersonville, you'd be lucky to be getting anything. So with that in mind, I'm going to be focusing on what your average Union soldier would get if they got what was due to them. In his memoir, aptly named Hardtack and Coffee, John Billings of the Army of the Potomac claimed that they rarely went without any kind of rations. They were pretty well fed. As to the quality of those rations, that was a little bit more variable. So much so that when they got salt beef, they questioned where it actually came from and would call it salt horse. He goes so far as to claim that the food inspectors of the Army were actually in cahoots and taking bribes
to not
from
recommend
the contractors who were giving them poor quality rations. And no language can be too strong to express the contempt
I bet that next
every
food that
patriotic man, woman, and child
I bet the
must
next
feel for such
real meal you had was really
creatures,
good.
Many of whom are today rolling in the riches acquired in this way. But provided everything was on the up and up, the soldier in camp should expect to get some variation of salt pork, fresh beef, salt beef, rarely ham or bacon, hard bread, soft bread, potatoes, an occasional onion, flour, beans, split peas, rice, dried apples, dried peaches, desiccated vegetables, coffee, tea, sugar, molasses,
Defecated vegetables,
soap, pepper, and salt. Mind you, they didn't get all of that every day. It was always some variation, kind of came piecemeal, and that was only if they were encamped. If they were marching, they got 1 pound of hard bread, 3/4 of a pound of salt pork, or 1 1/4 pounds of fresh meat, sugar, coffee, and salt
pork, yeah.
So it was important that when you were in camp, you saved a little bit of that ration back for those days that you were out marching. And there are a few reasons why those two rations were so different. First was that the supply train was often well behind the majority of the marching army. Another was that while they often brought herds of cows with them, they needed to set up camp in order to slaughter and butcher them for meat. Now, to break down some of these rations and discuss what the men made of them, we should start with the staple, hardtack. According to John Billings, there were actually 3 kinds. The first was the kind that was so hard that you really couldn't eat it. This was the best kind. The drummer boy who wrote our recipe claims that the hardness came from its age, for there was a common belief among the boys that our hardtack had been baked long before the beginning of the Christian era. This opinion was based on the fact that the letters BC were stamped on the cracker boxes. BC likely stood for Brigade Commissary or else the company that provided them. The other 2 types of hardtack were soggy and moldy, usually because of bad storage,
salt pork or
and
oh
ones
my
infested
god,
with worms, maggots, and weevils. And if a man got either of these types, they were supposed to be able to take them back and swap them out for some good hardtack, provided there was any good hardtack left, and
nice,
provided
that's
that they
exciting.
knew that it was bad, because in the dark, it could be hard to tell. And it was no uncommon occurrence for a man to find the surface of his pot of coffee swimming with weevils
bread
after breaking up hardtack into it, which had come out of the fragments only to drown. Though he says that once skimmed off, they left no discernible taste. But even if you had the best kind of hardtack, you had to do something to it to make it edible. And the drummer boy says that there were 15 distinct ways of doing this. One, of course, was our stew today, the Hellfire Stew. Another was called skilly-gally, and they're actually very, very similar, though it was described as a dish to make the hair curl, and certainly was indigestible enough to satisfy the cravings of the most ambitious dyspeptic. Another dish was lobscouse, which was basically like a stew, depending on what you had laying around, that was then thickened with the hardtack. And it actually doesn't sound that bad, according to John Townsend, who made it on his wonderful show, Townsend state. In order, however, to make them somewhat more palatable, a thin slice of nice fat pork was cut down and laid on the cracker, and a spoonful of good brown sugar put on top of the pork, and we had a dish fit for a soldier. Of course, the pork was raw and had just come out of the pickle. Sugar, yay. Raw salted pork, nay. Now, if they didn't want to eat it like that, or if they didn't want to soften it by mixing it up with some grease or some coffee, then they pounded them to a powder, mixed this with boiled rice, and made griddle cakes and honey, minus the honey. But perhaps the most impressive dish that they would make with hardtack was called hardtack pudding. And they would pound it until it did become a flour, and then they would mix that with a little bit of wheat flour and water, and made a stiff dough, which we next rolled out on a cracker box lid like a pie crust. Then we covered this all over with a preparation of stewed dried apples, dropping in here and there a raisin or two, just for auld lang syne's sake. Then they'd wrap this in a cloth and boil it like any
modern
other pudding,
hardtack. I
and
love
it would be served
saltines.
with wine sauce.
By
though the
breaking a
wine was
big rock with
usually
a river
omitted
is full of
and hunger
ammonite.
inserted
Yes.
instead. Now, as versatile
Fossils?
as hardtack
Oh my
was,
god.
they did have other options. One was a
Hello,
small,
Hazzy, how are
round
you?
white bean that they simply called the army bean. And while the drummer boy
Army
admits
bean?
that it's not as versatile as the hardtack, the one great dish which might be made of it was so preeminently
tapeworm
excellent
save his
that
Todd.
it threw Hellfire Stew and hardtack pudding quick into the shade. That dish was baked beans, and I have to admit, baked beans is one of my favorite foods, though today it usually does have sugar in it, and the way that they made it was simply with beans, water, pork fat that was left to slowly simmer in a pot overnight on hot coals. Now, if you were set up in camp for a little while and the supply lines were running as they ought to be, then the food did get quite a bit better. First of all, you had access to that fresh meat and to a lot of fresh bread. When encamped, they would build ovens, and a lot of them. When the Army was encamped outside of Petersburg, Virginia, General Grant ordered the civilian bakers at City Point to tend those ovens, and they would bake 123,000 loaves of bread every single day. Now, all of these rations, whether it's the hardtack, the pork, the beans, or the coffee, everything came in really large quantities, usually meant for 100 or more men in big sacks and big boxes. These would then be given to the orderly sergeant for a company who was in charge of doling them out evenly to the men. And it seemed the most popular way to do this was to lay out a big blanket and then put all of the rations in little piles for each man. And to prevent any charge of unfairness or injustice, the sergeant would turn his back on the rations and take out his roll of the company. Then someone else would point to a pile and ask, "Who shall have this?" And the sergeant, without turning, would call a name from his list. William Bircher, our drummer boy, gives a kind of a sad account of how this process changed throughout the course of the war. At the beginning, it took quite a long time because they had 100 men in the company and they had a lot of rations coming in. But after we had been in the field a year or two, the call, "Fall in for your hardtack," was leisurely responded to by only about a dozen men. Lean, sinewy, hungry-looking fellows, each with his haversack
Armies
in
at this
hand.
time existed
So
on their
there's so much
stomachs.
more information on this topic that I could cover.
Small
I'm not
bean
going
army,
to because
army
this video, I
beans.
think, is already getting quite long.
My picky
But
ass wanted to
I am
survive.
going to cover,
Cute, it's like a sleepover
specifically
with the
coffee, Civil War
bros.
coffee in an
Oh
upcoming
my god, so
drinking
fucking true.
history
Yeah,
video,
you
so
could just
be on the
kiss,
lookout
haha,
for
just
that.
kidding.
But
Why are
for
you
now,
kidding?
It's time to try our Hellfire stew. So once it's well browned, just take it off the
Sleep
fire.
bro
and serve it
over.
up.
Oh my god.
And here we are, Hellfire stew from the American Civil War. Not gonna lie, looks like dog food. Premium dog food, but dog food. Smells pretty good though. It smells like bacon grease. Let's give it a chance. That's really weird. The texture is really weird.
These dudes.
It's gonna get stuck in every crevice of your mouth.
Ew.
It actually, the flavor is not that bad.
Thank you for the follows
It
one.
kind of reminds me of chorizo, but really much drier and crumblier. If you add even more fat, it might adhere a little bit better, but even then, I think it's gonna be crumbly no matter what. I use quite a bit of fat in this. The thing is, the hardtack soaks up everything.
Kisses a war camp. Haha, just kidding.
It needs liquid.
Unless.
So water, grease, just add more. But overall, it's not that bad. And if I was really, really hungry and hadn't eaten that much and had just gone on a 20-mile march, I'd gladly eat this. So make sure to follow me on Instagram.
Maybe you just made the wrong kind. Maybe you just made the wrong kind of salt pork. He seems like he liked it. Civil War bread pudding? Hell yes, sign me the fuck up.
Pork and acorn coffee. Now that's what I think of when I think of a meal a soldier might eat during the American Civil War. But what if I told you that bread pudding might also be on the menu? But there's a catch. You're gonna have to get shot first. Maybe a mild case of dysentery would work.
1 second. I'm gonna see if I can find another World War II one. Ooh, or the history of ice cream. We're gonna do the history of ice cream.
Peanut.
Greasy at the same time, does get stuck in your mouth. Ugh. I've never had bread pudding either. It's not really enjoyable. I could get behind that. I don't know. I'll never have to try it, thank God.
Peanut butter ice cream. That is my favorite flavor and not what we're making today. No, today we are going back to the 18th century and making a Parmesan cheese ice cream.
What?
So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video on Parmesan cheese ice cream. Perhaps Gene Parmesan's greatest disguise.
Gene! Oh, Gene, isn't he the best?
This time on Tasting History. So it seems kind of weird, cheese in ice cream. Or rather, it seems like a flavor that would be made in some hoity-toity New York restaurant like wasabi ice cream or garlic ice cream, both of which I have tried. But in the 18th century, they were more adventurous with flavors than Ben, Jerry, Baskin, and Robbins combined. And many of the weird flavors of which we...
I really want some ice cream now. Why did I watch this? Why did you guys let me watch this? What the fuck? God damn it. Ugh.
Come from The Complete Confectioner by the Englishman Frederick Nutt, written in 1789. And that's where we get today's recipe.
Frederick Nutt.
Number 150, Parmesan cheese ice cream. Take 6 eggs, half a pint of syrup, and a pint of cream. Put them into a stew pan and boil them until it begins to thicken. Then rasp 3 ounces of Parmesan cheese, mix and pass them through a sieve, and freeze it. It's actually really simple, and since it was written before the imperial pint was around, I didn't have to do a lot of math to make the conversion to modern American units. So for this recipe, I need 6 eggs. 6 medium eggs to be specific, because eggs were smaller back then, but if you are using extra large eggs, use 5, and it's not gonna make much of a difference. Also, what does make a difference is they need to be at room temperature. 1 cup or 235 milliliters simple syrup, 2 cups or 475 milliliters heavy cream, and 3 ounces or 85 grams freshly grated Parmesan. And it has to be freshly grated, because if you buy pre-grated, they usually add other things to make it so the gratings or shavings don't melt together, but that's also going to make it so they don't melt in the ice cream, and that's going to be gross. So first, whisk your room temperature
Makes
eggs
decision,
in
blame
a medium
decision on
saucepan.
chat.
And then add the cream
Yeah.
and the syrup and whisk to combine. Then set it over a low heat on the stove.
Good.
And don't be tempted to raise the heat because you don't think anything's
Flexing
happening.
on the pores
because
with that
you'll
one,
end
so
up with scrambled
true.
eggs. Also,
No one
once
has
it
to
does
eat help
start to
our
get
stew
warm,
to fill
you'll
their
want
belly.
to start stirring it continuously so it stays.
I've had bread pudding, it's not bad. It was also served hot and fresh at the South Carolina State Fair. That sounds so good. I've never had bread pudding. I should try it. Winks. Oh, that's such a cute name. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Perfect.
What if did a cooking stream and I did bread pudding? Because I think I would like to try that.
Smooth. Now it should start to thicken right around 170 degrees Fahrenheit or 76 degrees Celsius. And you don't want to let it go too much above that because, again, scrambled eggs. Now if you don't have a thermometer, you can just
Don't
do it
scramble
by
your eggs.
taking a spoon, dipping it in the custard, and running your finger over the back of the spoon. If it leaves a defined line, your custard is ready. At this point, take the pan off the heat and add in the Parmesan cheese, whisking
From Twitter,
until
and
it's
I'm
all
obsessed. You're so
melted.
cool. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're doing some nerd shit right now, but thank you. I appreciate the assumption that I'm cool. Now I want chocolate pudding. Ooh, that sounds good. It mean you're gonna have a long, serious discussion. I've tried not to say anything. I hate to say it on stream, but it's built up so long. Your Overwatch binds are terrible. I don't really pay attention to like my binds that much. That's probably why. I need to go through and fix those, but
Then pour the mixture through a sieve into a clean bowl and let it cool. And speaking of cool, nothing is cooler than learning. And a great way to learn is with today's sponsor,
Isn't cool?
Wondrium.
Fuck you, Wondrium.
Find out about pretty much anything you've ever talking about. No, much anything for in the description. It is time to start freeze it. Today.
Okay, sorry.
Now, once your Parmesan custard has cooled, it is time to
what kind of
freeze
goth
it.
fairy
Now, you
isn't
can
cool?
use an
I don't know.
old-style
I would be
manual
it.
churning and freezing technique, or you can use
I'd
a
be made
modern
fun
one,
of in the fairy
which pretty much
cove.
tend to do the exact same thing. But regardless of what you use to churn your ice cream, go ahead and hit that like button, and as your ice cream churns, let me churn you up the story of ice cream.
I wish somebody would churn my ice cream.
So iced foods and iced drinks are really nothing new. The ancient Romans and the Greeks both took mountain snow and put honey and wine over them, and Athenaeus describes Greek ice houses to keep it cold. In the island of Kimolos, underground refrigerators are constructed in summer, where the people store jars full of warm water and draw them out
queued up
again
in this creation.
as cold as snow. Well, how about that? Now,
Not
further
about
east in
16.
China during the Tang Dynasty, they were heating fermented
Is my
milk
middle
with
mouse back?
camphor, then letting it cool
Hey,
and pouring
Scoops,
it
how are
over
you?
ice. And in 4th century Japan, Emperor Nintoku declared June 1st to be National Ice Day, though he was using it mostly to chill his sake. But none of these would really be considered ice cream like today. The fermented milk is probably the closest thing. No, the next real step in ice cream's evolution, which actually didn't involve cream, took place in 11th century Arabia and Persia. They made something called sharbat, or serbet, and we get a detailed description of it from Sir Thomas Herbert on his travels to Persia in the 1620s. Their liquor is sometimes fair water, sugar, rose water, and juice of lemons mixed, and sugar confected with citrons, violets, or other sweet flowers. And for the more delicacy, sometimes a mixture of amber. This we call sherbet. That liquid was then poured over crushed ice or snow, much like a
Good
modern
to hear.
snow
Fuck
cone.
you, crazy boy.
And that is probably actually what finally made
Can't
its
even
way
melee.
to medieval
You have a bunch
Italy.
of buttons
Now, we
that I
know
don't have, and the buttons I use are bound to random things. We'll bind them however you want. I'll switch them back. I have on both my mice. I have these side mouse buttons that I use to melee. So that is what. And then I used to have one of them as reload, but I kept accidentally reloading instead of meleeing because I would. I need to figure it out. I need to figure out some of my binds anyway. Badass fairy dude kicking and beating up the mean bigger animals. So true. You king, absolute king moment. My reload button is the middle mouse button. I don't know if I could do that. Thank you for the follow, J Newcomb. I will be mid-fight and just spam thanks because that's my melee button. That is so funny.
Who actually brought it to Italy, though it was most likely not Marco Polo, even though he almost always gets the credit. But when it did get there, they called it sorbetto, something the French would later call sorbet.
Sorbet? My kids do not eat sorbet. They eat sherbet, and they pronounce it sherbet, and they wish it was ice cream.
But it was the Italians that did some kind of crazy stuff with it. In 1558, Giambattista della Porta described a wine slushy made by chilling diluted wine with ice and saltpeter. Later on, just salt. Now, that combination had been used in freezing and preserving foods all over the world for a very long time, but this seems to be the first time, at least in Europe, that it was used to make anything like ice cream. Now, it's also around this time that doctors began to weigh in on the dangers of this cold dessert.
Of course,
cold food and
they
drink
hate
had been
me.
taboo since Hippocrates and Galen, for as the Byzantine physician Antimus wrote,
God.
the stomach grows chilled and loses its efficacy. And later, European doctors would take that even further to claim that iced foods and even just putting ice in drinks could lead to blindness, paralysis, or even sudden death.
Finish him.
But even the threat of a sub-zero
So
fatality
true, that's how
was
I-
no match
that's how
for
I
the
died.
deliciousness of this ever-evolving frozen treat. And one such evolution came in
Oh, did I not drop?
1692 when Antonio Lantini wrote a recipe for what he called milk sorbet, a precursor to gelato. It was flavored with lemon and pumpkin and frozen with snow and salt. And it really only took one more ingredient to make ice cream, and that was eggs. And Europeans had been making egg custards for centuries, though they usually used them
Iconic
in
eyebrows,
baking
keep it up,
or
queen.
just
Thank you so
served them
much,
kind of at
Jim
room
Lime.
temperature. They had names like cream almond and crema catalana, and
Sure,
surely someone making these creams
Thank you for the
saw
follow,
what
Poku.
Lantini had done and said, well, if he can freeze that, I can freeze this. And thus was born ice cream. Around this same time, 1686, a Sicilian, Francesco Procopio Cuto, moved to Paris and opened Il Procope, which is believed to be the first Parisian cafe and ice cream parlor. And he kicked off an ice cream or crème glacée craze in France. at least amongst the wealthy,
I can't do that
because
shit.
pretty much all of the ingredients were rather expensive. Ice, sugar, plus fancy flavorings like chocolate, anise, coffee, vanilla,
Her
and some
boobs
weird
are
ones
out.
like artichoke, avocado, asparagus, and
Her tits were out. I saw nipple. I don't think I'll get banned for that, but still, her tits were out. How do you think they got the milk for it? Shut up, nerd. Oh my god. Her tits were... I was like looking at her, I was like, oh, what's that dot on her dress? Oh, that's her tits. Oh my god, I hate you. Grabbing the glass. I'm not showing you. I'm not gonna fucking... Then that would be a ban if I like went back and I was like, guys, look. Virginia state flag is the only one. Yeah, I've seen that. I had to paint that flag, I think. No, I didn't paint that flag yet. We were doing stuff at my mural job with flags and state flags, so a boob flag. There's boobs, I swear to God. We increased in viewers, so that's a good thing. Good teamwork, guys. Thank you, Matt.
foie gras. There's even one recipe that calls for hartshorn, which is like shavings or gratings from the antlers of a stag, a male deer.
Oh my god.
And it gave off kind of an ammonia scent. It was actually used later on in smelling salts, but
oh my
they were
god.
putting it in ice cream. And just like you might add texture today
I kind
with
of want
sprinkles or chocolate.
I kind of want to use smelling salts. I just want to know what the fuck they're like. I've heard that they are awful. If we reach a sub goal, if we reach the sub goal at the top, Stonks flags do got the booba. They have Lego in Italy. That is such a good question. They better. If not, they're missing out. They may have some ice cream, but I got Legos. Whoops, smelling they salts. You are biting off more than you want to chew. Ammonium carbonate, so presumably they smell a lot like ammonia. Do people use smelling salts to max their deadlifts? Do they, what? Is that like a fucking pre-workout type shit? I mean, no, not pre-workout, you know what I mean, but holy fuck. Holy fuck. Virgin and Denmark, so they can be found across Europe. Oh yeah. Rich, thank you so much for the follow.
Top nuts, they would add texture to their ice cream in the form of dried rye breadcrumbs, which actually, kind of weird sounding, but I bet it's pretty good. So it's not that weird that our recipe today uses Parmesan cheese, especially when you consider that one of the early names in France for ice cream was cheese, fromage glacé. Not because it was actually made with cheese, but because it would be frozen in molds, the same molds that were used to mold cheese. And I'm sure this is not the case, but I do kind of wonder, was the first person who added cheese to ice cream just making an error in translation? All right, then it says we just add a bit of cheese. Cheese, did you say?
Cheese.
Right. It says right here, fromage. I took 2 semesters of French, so don't question me. Just add the cheese and let me go on with my work. Frederick Nutt, the author of our recipe today, also mentions using molds to freeze the ice cream, though by the time he's writing, it wouldn't have been big cheese molds, but smaller molds that were usually in the shape of people or animals or foods like mushrooms or pineapples. Now you may remember I did a bit of a deep dive
Brian
on...
Dialis became an IRL couple. Smelling salts smell like ammonia and burn your nose and throat for a few minutes. It's like gassing yourself with ammonia. It's not enjoyable. I saw them do it on Impractical Jokers, and ever since then I was like, dude, honestly, that shit seems intense. I would try it, but where the heart attack? This is the history of ice cream, bitch. I don't comment here as much, but I work from home 9 to 5 every day, and these Lego streams are the best company. Big ups. Aww, that's so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, that's so sweet. I mean, like, look, I'm doing so much, and you're learning so much. What the fuck are smelling salts used for? To get like a burst of energy and just to create a chemical reaction in your brain to make you go like, fuck! Like, that's what I've gotten the sense of.
The Art of Cookery
Smelling.
Made Plain and Easy by Hannah Glass in the episode on Everlasting Syllabub. And in it, I read some passages that kind of sounded like she was talking down to her audience. And many people said, oh, she wasn't. It was tongue-in-cheek. And I'm okay with that. But then I read her ice cream recipe, and I got a question. Does she kind of think her readers are maybe a little dumb? Take 2 pewter basins. These things are made at the pewterers.
Do I look like an idiot?
No. And recently, a viewer sent me an early edition of that book. It's from the 1760s. I'm not even going to open it because it's so delicate. I want to have it rebound. Probably the last time I'll ever touch it with my bare hands.
Aw, that's so good of him.
It's like having a bit of history here
if
in
you
the
really
house.
want to ruin your ice cream.
Overwhelming. So thank you so much to Shannon for entrusting me.
Makes your heart rate go up.
Piece of art.
Smelling sugars.
So ice cream had become quite popular
Reviving
now
consciousness.
in England.
That's
but
fair. I've seen that too.
Colony. Well, as early as 1700, we do have some evidence that it was being enjoyed. But what really made it take off over here were our presidents. While serving as ambassador to France in the 1780s, Thomas Jefferson became enamored with ice cream. And when he returned to Monticello, he did so with a handwritten recipe for French vanilla ice cream. At the same time, George Washington was falling in love with the confection, as he was known to own 2 pewter ice cream pots, which I assume were made at the pewterers. He also had a 306-piece serving set just for ice cream. And in the summer of 1790 in New York City, he spent $200 on ice cream. That's around $5,000 in today's money, which coincidentally is the exact amount that I've set aside for my ice cream budget this summer. Then on Inauguration Day in 1813, James Madison, notoriously shy, had requested that First Lady Dolly Madison, avid partier, arrange a small gathering. So of course she invited 400 people over to the White House to enjoy what would be the first inaugural ice cream social. Then in 1829, when 20,000 of Andrew Jackson's supporters crowded into the White House to celebrate his inauguration, they tracked in mud and destroyed the furniture and had to be coaxed outside with ice cream and whiskey, which is a wonderful combination. Though
That would be me. I keep pumping my fist. I keep like pumping my fist, but also like doing it in like a circular motion. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know how I keep accidentally like pumping my fist. Why did I start that? Why did I start getting in that fucking phase of just pumping my fist? At like the smallest things. Like hardtack on ice cream.
We all scream for ice cream. It did have its detractors. Why needs any man be rich? Why must he have horses, fine garments, handsome apartments? Only for one
Raise hell, praise Dale.
We dare not trust our wit for making our house pleasant to our friend.
So true.
And so we buy ice creams. That was the great Ralph Waldo Emerson, who I'm guessing did not get invited to a lot of parties. And he probably wasn't too thrilled with the idea that ice cream was about to get democratized. In 1843, Nancy Johnson of Philadelphia patented a mechanical ice cream machine that sped up the process of making ice cream so much that it really ushered in the commercial ice cream industry. Why she doesn't have a national holiday or a...
One second. I'm gonna try and get something fixed up. Oh, there we go.
Place on Mount Rushmore, perhaps? I do not know, because the woman should be a national hero. Also, what's cool is, even though mine is electric and hers wasn't, the general idea
Thank you to women
is pretty much unchanged. And I don't know if it's her machine exactly that made it into the 1850 edition of Goody's Lady's Book, edited by abolitionist Sarah Josepha Hale of Mary Had a Little Lamb fame, but I love the sentiment, and so I'm going to read it anyway.
Vanilla ice cream, whiskey
We do
nuts.
not think that we can do our lady readers a greater service
Oh my
than
god, you know what sounds so good right now? I had this apple pie sundae from like this Andy B's, and that, but without the apple pie. I love apple pie though. That without the apple pie and like some whiskey over it with like the pecans and like the fucking caramel, that sounds so good. Minimize the app. Complete the quest of walking 2 feet to pick up the object they dropped to come back with them. So quick comment about apes in general. Somebody said that primatologists believe that all apes aren't that smart because they never ask questions. They feel like they already know all that they need to, but there's a lot of people that never ask any questions for the same reason. So true. So true. Yeah. This is what literally being a nerd in the 21st century is. Your pocket computer will teach you everything you want to know 24/7, 365. What is your funny joke, Jason? Hardtack is like a thumbtack? True. No, don't sad. I'm here now, streamer. I'm not sad. With bourbon and pecans does sound legit, particularly if you like caramelize some of those sugars. God! I just stomped on the floor. I feel bad. I want that. Fuck you, Jason. This is my joke. Jason. Everybody's laughing right now.
Introducing to their notice a recent valuable invention in the shape of an ice cream freezer and beater. Ice cream has now become one of the necessary luxuries of life. A party or a social entertainment could hardly be thought of without this indispensable requisition. Other delicacies might be omitted by substituting other articles in their stead, but nothing can supply the place of ice cream. Here, take that, Ralph Waldo Emerson. Now, while Ms. Johnson was bringing ice cream to the masses on a large scale, the Hokey Pokey men, not to be confused with the Hokey Pokemon, were bringing ice cream to the masses on a small scale. Through the 19th century, Italian immigrants, many of the same
I don't know
tastes
if y'all
that
are
brought us
making.
pizza,
I don't know if you guys are actually laughing or not. If you're just trying to fucking patronize me.
traveled to places like the US, Germany, and Scotland, and with them, they brought their own form of ice cream, gelato, made with milk instead of cream. They would sell it on the streets from little carts and were called Hokey Pokey men because of what
Hokey
they
Pokey
shouted.
men.
Some variant of either gelati, ecco un poco, which meant ice cream, here's a little, or even closer to Hokey Pokey, o che poco, meaning oh so little, probably referring to the price because it was dirt cheap.
Hell
Here's
yeah.
the stuff to make you jump. Hokey Pokey, penny a lump. Hokey Pokey, sweet and cold, for a penny, new or old. In the 1897 Old London Street
No, but I
Cries,
did
Andrew
laugh.
Tour wrote
Okay.
that, for obvious reasons, spoons are not lent. The soft and half-frozen delicacy is consumed by the
Thank you for the
combined
follow,
aid of
Stem.
tongue and fingers.
You pull yourself out.
He says that it could also be frozen hard as a...
You know, it sounds really good right now. I'm so sorry. Fucking lady fingers. Your girlfriend's fingers in my mouth. No, what are these called? I feel like lady fingers have another name. The ones that are cold. They have like a French-ass sounding name. No, not plantains. Wait! Thank you for gifting this up, Jason. Or, yeah, to Salty Morbs. Harry Actina, that is so true. Oh, you think of a lady? Eclair, yes! Yes, Afgado, you're so smart. Thank you so much. An eclair. I want an eclair so bad. Those are called lady fingers, right? Right? Those are called lady fingers, right? Lady toes.
No.
No. Type that he's wild unless. What the fuck? Lady fingers are cookies? What the fucking...
brick, and then...
I don't know why. Lady fingers. They just look similar. Sponge lady fingers. Light sponge finger that is soft on the inside, crispy on the outer. What are... Affogato is so good. Affogato. Ladyfinger bananas here. Sponge fingers. Low density dry... I don't think these are exactly cookies though. Right? If they're light and spongy. Well, that actually kind of looks like a fucking Nilla wafer. Like a Nilla cookie. So maybe. Lad my fingers in my mouth with lady. My... What? Actual fruit nut sex toy thing? Oh yeah, I figured. Cable didn't name that. We also probably have a sex toy thing as well, but that's not what I meant. The occasion of visit by the King of France. Low density dry sponge cake biscuits. Sponge cake biscuits. Jeez. Okay, whatever. Or more like a cookie? Oh, okay. Eclairs and cannolis are the same thing. They're so similar. I would like a cannoli. I don't think I've ever had a cannoli, but I've wanted one for a while. But I just keep looking at them on like what menus. I'm like, I feel like this isn't gonna be good if it's not from genuine Italians. Oh, tiramisu. Yeah, you're right. Baked ladyfingers is more of a cake. Ooh. Italians are too busy baking for Lego, seems. Apple pie with syrup is stuck in my head now with the lattice and huge sugar crystals all over. Don't talk about it. And then like a fucking scoop of vanilla ice cream. Caramel
and
drizzled
wrapped in
over
paper
it.
so you could take it to go. Something that clearly was not happening everywhere because around the
Crazy boy, or Salt, You literally fucking eat hardtack.
Same time in New York City, it was often sold by
Gotta
the
go.
lick.
First
Outside,
cannoli
on the
brave
streets of New York,
child.
you would
Thank
get
you
a
so
cup
much, Salty
of ice
Morb.
cream, and then you would lick the ice cream out and hand the cup back, get another scoop in to go to the next customer. This was clearly before New
Thank
York
you,
started their
Salty
restaurant
Morbs.
health board rating
Crispy's
system.
kind person, nice.
Unfortunately for the hokey pokey men, and probably fortunately for their customers, new refrigeration technologies and the invention of the soda fountain ushered in the age of the ice cream parlor and the drugstore soda jerk.
Hot dog!
That was George
Amazing
Bailey from It's a
acting.
Wonderful Life, who was
No
a soda
shit.
jerk. And if you've never seen that movie, it's one of my favorites, and you should watch it. It's a Christmas movie.
I do
but
that because I'm not a
watch it
nerd.
anytime. It's just
Because I'm a nerd.
so
Not because it's
Anyway,
good.
these
Okay,
pharmacy
that's
ice
fair.
cream shops
So many
became a
biscuits for-
crucible for some
What is the best biscuit that you can buy from a restaurant or a fast food restaurant or something? Or frozen from the store? Pre-made biscuit. Even if you had to make it, like, even if you have to, as long as you put it on the fucking stove or in the oven yourself, what biscuit is your favorite? You cannot hand make them.
real ice cream ingenuity. Banana splits, parfaits, and the classic ice cream sundae. Now, several cities claim to have originated the ice cream
Biscuits
sundae,
are
and I
trash.
will not weigh in
Biscuits
on
are
which one
so
is correct,
good.
though Ithaca, New York is the first to provide some written evidence from 1892. But regardless of where you go, the story tends to pretty much be the same. Supposedly, due to the blue laws
U.S.
of America at
South U.S. scone thing or delicious cookie. The South U.S. scone thing. I would not know what you meant by that, but I recently watched. But I do know it's like a scone. I have watched British kids fucking eat biscuits and white gravy, and they were like, "Ew, what the fuck is this? Why is the gravy white? This is a scone, not a biscuit." And then they ate it and they were like, "That's really good." Saw that video the other night. That fucking video, they get it. I love biscuits and gravy, and I was honestly, I kind of like didn't realize how much I liked it until I got older. And I realized I can't eat a lot of gravy because they use like bacon fat in it, like my parents do. And then I realized I could just make it without the bacon fat. And so I've just been eating that shit like regularly. Thank you for the follow, One Poco. And then also, doesn't get a say in food. Jason is honestly the reason why I realized, wait, why don't I eat biscuits and gravy? Because he fucking posted a picture of his biscuits and gravy in the Discord. And I was like, that sounds like, Jason posted a picture of his biscuits and gravy in the Discord. That sounds like it could be a sexual innuendo. Jason, no biscuits and gravy in Maine. Like, or in general. Also usually made with sausage, yeah. Southern people can cook better than Brits, yeah. English high tea, tea of my real biscuits and gravy. Delicious ritual, probably forbidden in the U.S. on principle. Yeah, we got fucking, what do all these like Americans say? Oh yeah, we gotta dump it in the harbor. Am I right, fellow patriots? Big Biscuit is a breakfast food chain that makes massive good biscuits for the typical grocery store fodder. Grand's flaky layers. Wrong. I hate flaky layers. I need the Southern home style ones. My parents love the Pillsbury Grand's flaky layers. I hate it. Southern home style is superior. Biscuits in general. Disagree. They are not. Parsketty, have you tried the Southern home style? Be honest. It's so much better. I thought I hated biscuits too for a bit, and then I realized I love like the crumbly kind of biscuits rather than the flaky biscuits. These biscuits. What is young gravy made out of? MILF. I wanted that to be a MILF joke, but you just flaky. I'm like, why? Yes. Made at home with buttermilk. Fuck you. I don't know how to do that, and I don't want to because I will fuck it up. We'll have blackberry jam and Thailand part with biscuits and gravy a day later. real war problems cooking 257,000 loaves of biscuits without knowing how much gravy there's gonna be. Brits did colonize the known world because their food was too bland. And then their food still is too bland to this day.
At the time, and still in some parts of America today, selling ice cream sodas on the Sabbath was seen as sinful. So some smart aleck soda jerk decided to
For
circumvent the
biscuits and
statute
gravy?
by substituting soda
I don't
with
think
syrups
so.
and whipped cream and then bedighting them with a cherry. Thus, the cherry sundae. These ice cream parlors remained hangouts mostly for kids and teens. As the Chicago Tribune put it, only little
With
girls
food
and
names in
dudes
here, I
drink
realized-
ice cream and soda.
We like
That
food
is
here.
until the 1920s when Prohibition made alcohol illegal. When all the saloons closed, then the pharmacy got hopping.
having
Ice cream
food so
became
there's
cool
no
with
more
pretty
white
much
gravy when
everyone
we
as
serve
it
biscuits,
should be,
not
and
peanut.
it allowed nimble brewers like Anheuser-Busch and Yuengling to stay in business by switching their
That
business
took me a
model from
second
making
to
beer
understand that.
to making ice cream. And then it switched back in the 30s. Now from there, the story of ice cream really blows up because it just takes over the world and becomes popular absolutely everywhere. And
Yeah, you
so
better be
I'm
sorry.
actually going to leave it there for today because I can't do the rest of its history, the 20th century, real justice until maybe I do another form of ice cream sometime in the future. Though I will put a link
Yes,
to a
please.
wonderful book on ice cream in the description. It's by Laura B. Wise, and it's really, really interesting. So you can
No
read that
British
if you
food
just
is flavorful
can't wait.
such as
And
Chinese takeaway
speaking
tikka
of
masala.
not waiting, I'm not waiting any longer to try this Parmesan ice cream. So once it's churned and frozen,
Italian soda
then
is
it's
wine?
ready.
I didn't know
And
that.
you can eat it right now. It's going to be a little bit more like soft serve, but they would have eaten it like that at the time. Though he's not specific, and he does mention freezing it in molds, which would make it quite hard. So you can put it into the freezer for a few hours to kind of replicate that. It's probably going to be more like ice cream that you would get at the store today. But for me, I can't wait, so I'm eating it now.
That's the best
And
ice
here
cream
we are,
flavor. Why is the
18th
chocolate chip
century
meh?
Parmesan cheese ice cream. It is getting melty pretty fast, which actually matches a lot of the descriptions of 18th century ice cream, so that works.
Eat it then, bitch. I can see it
Can't tell if I
melting.
smell the cheese or not. I really was worried that it was going to be like overpoweringly smelly, but let's give it a try.
A high-pitched noise? Are you a dog? I'm just kidding.
In the words of Montgomery Burns, I know what I hate, and I don't hate this. In fact, it's really good.
What?
1 second. It's so smooth and creamy and sweet, and the Parmesan is there, but it's not. If I didn't know it was
Yiffing
Parmesan,
out loud. Fuck
I
you,
don't know
Ritzler.
that I would know that it was Parmesan. It's like this interesting savory flavor, but it doesn't taste like cheese, and it's not like overly salty or anything.
Oh my god, hey, broken
It's actually
pancreas.
maybe my favorite thing
And
that
hey,
I've ever
Osmo.
made on the channel. Like, I think I'm gonna eat the entire thing that I've made, not in one sitting. But I mean, ice cream stays.
What?
It's delicious. This is very, very good. This is very, very good. One of my favorite comedians, Lou Costello, his dying words were, "That was the best ice cream soda I ever tasted." And I don't know that this is the best ice cream I've ever tasted, but it's up there. I mean, I'm still gonna go with chocolate and peanut butter, but this is really, really good. Like, shockingly good. Anyway, you
Taste
should
the
definitely
saltiness.
make it. It's not that hard. So make sure to follow me on Instagram.
Maybe one day I'll make it. Maybe not, though. Prime flavor could totally work for ice cream. Goat is right. I can no longer hide behind this line. It's like salt and caramel. True. You try. So now you. Yeah, I do. I will try to make that one day. I would like to. That would take a while to make because it'd have to like spin. I do have an ice cream maker. Y'all remember when I was like, oh, I don't have an ice cream maker. And then I started to think really hard. I was like, wait, no, I do. I have 3. That still makes me laugh. I'm so funny. The history of donuts. Okay, I actually do need to go to bed soon because I am going to wake up really early tomorrow to start traveling. I still got to like pack more. tonight, so stay strong, queen. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need the strength. Toss the corn in the freezer and get to making cheese ice cream. No! Where are you going? I'm gonna go spend the weekend with Jamie, but it's gonna be like a long weekend because I'm, you know. I will not be streaming on Friday. I will be in the movie night for Discord, or the Discord for movie night though, so don't worry about that. And I'll be back on Monday, but I'm going to head up to the city. Forget about all of them. Neapolitan ice cream is 3 makers. Well, the thing is, it's like the reason why we have 3 is because it's a family thing, and so everybody likes different flavors. So we have like vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry. That's why we have 3. I'm gonna rotate your tires. Oh my god. Safe travels. I appreciate it. She's gonna find who asked for to enter Tate's opinions. Journeying back to the Bass Pro Pyramid. No, that's like down the road from me, so I do not need to make a long journey for that at all. Fuck it, we're gonna raid Jen. If you need road trip music, I recommend Truesdale. I saw them live as an opener. Folk, country, all-girl trio. I might. Safe travels, I appreciate it. You guys need to join the raid to raid Jin right now because Jin is amazing. And oh wow, you guys can see what I'm doing right now. That's weird, I forgot about that. Don't tell you're my favorite goth girl. Oh my gosh, she has a little fucking cowboy hat on top of the thing. Now we gotta raid. Go make some hardtack. So true. Okay, what should the raid message be? What should the raid message be? Fuck. Shit on shingles. No, I don't want to do that. Typing sounds fake. I know it isn't, but... Fuck. Can we just all type fuck? Can we all just type fuck? We're all just because that's the raid message, is fuck. Fuck is the raid message. Bit forehead. Okay, I'm glad everybody assemble. Okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, do it like Jason did, I guess. Do it like Jason did.